Okay, we are live.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to the April 11th, 2023 City Council meeting. In the interest of government transparency with regards to deliberations and decisions made by the City Council and according to open meeting law, since the meeting was posted as a Zoom meeting, this meeting is recorded by video and audio and will be conducted by remote participation. Additionally, all votes taken by the City Council during this and future remote meetings will be by roll call vote. If you're calling in on a phone, and you can press *9 to request to speak. If you're watching on a computer or device, there's a raised hand button that you can tap or request to speak. Please use either of these options during oral communications to be recognized to speak. It's a finding of the City of Gloucester that no individual should be denied equal treatment or opportunity because of their age, ancestry, color, disability, including intellectual and developmental mental disability, family status, immigration status, gender identity or expression, military status, marital status, national origin, race, religion, sex, or sexual orientation. I'd like to begin by introducing the City Councils and City staff who are present. My name is Val Gilman. I am the Ward 4 City Councilor and the City Council President. Also here is Jason Groh, at large, Scott Memard, Ward 1, Tony Gross, at large, Sean Nolan, oh, he's hopping around on my screen, Ward 5, and Council Vice President Jamie O'Hara, who is at large, Tracy O'Neill, who is Ward 2, sorry, Frank Marjota, who is Ward 3, and I think that's all for City Councilors. Everyone, oh, Council Worthy is not yet on the call, but he is coming. And so for City staff, we have John Dunn, our CFO. We have Chad Johnson, who is our Assistant Harbor Master. We have Jill Cahill, who is our CAO. Kenny Costa, who is our Auditor. TJ Shimataro, who is our Harbor Master. Let me just look to see if we have any other members of City staff on the call. I do not see anyone. Let me just go through the list. We have 41 attendees right now. And I don't see any members of City staff who is on as an attendee. That closes our introduction. So I would just like to ask Madam Clerk if you would call the first order of business.
The first order of business is oral communications.
Thank you. The public shall have the opportunity at every regularly scheduled meeting to be heard under oral communications on matters not appearing on the agenda. Oral communications shall allow any resident who has a request or complaint of any nature relative to city business to appear before the council, state their problem without debate, and the matter shall be referred to the proper agency through the office of the mayor. The resident will be notified within a 2-week period relative to the disposition of same, and a copy shall be forwarded to the City Council. Persons speaking under oral communications shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Tonight, Councilor Marjota is the person that is first on roll call. So Councilor Marjota, if you could do the 3-minute timing and just put your hand up at about 10 minutes before 3 minutes, that would be 10 seconds before 3 minutes, that would be great. And those who are asking to speak, if you would introduce yourself and your address, and we look forward to hearing from you for any matters that aren't on the agenda. So, Madam Clerk, could you bring in Pam Steele or Jane Fox Dobson, either? Jane
Madam
Fox.
Yes? Council Worthy is trying to sign in, but he's the link is different.
Sign in, but the link is different.
Hello. I will send them again.
Okay. Council Worthy is not. What is wrong with me right now? Why am I echoing?
Anybody who's not muted.
Okay. I'm not. I was fine until right now. Do you want me to log off and log back on? It's fine until right now.
I don't think it's you, Val. I think it's Jane.
I think
Dobson's open.
It is Dobson.
Okay.
Oh, there's two of us up for talking, so I think that's the problem. I only brought one of you in. Okay.
So Jane, why don't you introduce yourself and your address, and then the rest of us will be silent. So you have the floor. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I begin, there's actually two of us on this call. There's my husband as well. And so he would like to speak as well, but he has a request to Madam President Gilman.
Thank you, Madam President. Due to my situation with my throat cancer, I would like to relinquish my saying that my wife take over my bid.
Thank you so much for telling us. So Jane, you have the floor on behalf of the president.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a letter that I wrote today to Mayor Verga, which I would like to read. I timed it. I'm exactly 6 minutes, so I'm going to read it fast. Dear Mayor Verga, we are writing to you about a leak on Becker Circle at the intersection of Becker Lane. There is an orange cone there to mark the spot, and there's obvious water is leaking, flowing downhill and puddling at the corner of Becker Circle and White Mountain Road. We have lived here since 1989. There have been so many water leaks on this private road that we have lost count. In the past, when there was a leak, our two neighbors, Leslie Dennis and Keith Welty, as well as William Dobson, would rent heavy equipment, dig holes, assess damages, shut off water mains, purchase supplies, repair water lines, backfill holes, and finally turn back on water mains. There were times we asked neighbors to split the bills, but it always fell on deaf ears. We even had neighbors state that it was not their problem, slam their doors on us, and tell us to go away. Therefore, after each repair was completed, the three of them would split the cost since none of the other neighbors pitched in. Each time the cost would be at least $300 each, plus their labor and time, and even lost wages due to having to take time off from work. Over the course of 34 years, it has cost each of these three households at least $8,000, and that does not include labor nor the expense to take mandatory courses or to maintain licenses for heavy equipment operation. So for years, our neighbors were quite fortunate, but this is no longer the case. 34 years have gone by and we now have another water leak. However, Leslie passed away in 2021 at age 69 due to cancer, and Keith passed away in 2022 at age 63 due to cancer. William is now retired, age 68, and battling cancer. We wonder now if there is something in our water lines that is causing cancer. It is rather concerning that all three had cancer and two have succumbed to this illness at such an early age. We were quite amused that some neighbors had reached out to us recently to let us know there is a water leak that needs to be repaired. Therefore, we decided to call the City of Gloucester Department of Public Works. We were told that Bill Gillis was in the neighborhood and would meet us at the site. He was nice and polite and tested the water to decide if it was city water. He confirmed that it was, but he was not sure if this was the city's responsibility or the residents. We explained the situation to him and told him that William Dobson is no longer physically capable of repairing any leaks, nor are we financially responsible for footing the bill in its entirety. We suggested that the city could repair it and charge all the residents their equal share. Bill Gillis said that he was going to a meeting the following day and that he would discuss the situation and get back to us. We gave him our contact information, including our cell phone numbers, but have not heard back. There was a discussion about the fact that the City of Gloucester could shut the water main off so that residents are forced to make the necessary repairs. We do not recommend this since it does not resolve the issue. Besides that, most of the current residents in this neighborhood are elderly. Some even need health aides, and others are disabled American veterans. This would be a disgrace to the City of Gloucester since it would only cause problems and highlight the fact that our city's infrastructure needs attention and can no longer withstand any more neglect. Mayor Verga, with all due respect, we believe one of your biggest campaign promises was to treat all streets in Gloucester the same, and it was our major reason we voted you into office. There should be no differentiation between blue signs and green signs. It is truly discriminatory, especially since we all pay our fair share of taxes. Besides that, there are 2 churches in the vicinity on the corner and rear of Concord Street and Thompson Street. The church members use our street to come and go from the parking lot, so it is now a public way. Thompson Street was recently paved by the city of Gloucester from the end of Becker Circle towards the Greenbelt, which has significantly cost quite a bit, yet only served 1 resident that lives in the woods. Also, one of our neighbors owns a commercial tree business, and his combination of heavy bucket trucks and wood chippers are constantly traveling up and down our streets so that his employees, as well as himself, can park heavy equipment at his residence on White Mountain Road. This constant heavy weight is significant, especially when trucks are fully loaded with tree trunks and wood chips. It should not be our burden to continue to address water leaks and road deterioration, since this activity is illegal in this residential neighborhood and it has a negative impact on our private road. Yet the city ignores this activity as well. Again,
Jane?
the issue of water.
Jane, excuse me, pardon.
Yes,
Yes, you're well over the 3 minutes.
we each have 3 minutes. So I had
You're
6.
She's right.
Madam
Her,
Chair,
her husband spoke and asked for relief due to his throat cancer.
Madam President,
19 months.
I'm almost done. Should I keep going?
yes, as,
Okay.
as Vice Chair
Again, the-
Galsner, he can keep on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, the issue of water lines and road pavement needs to be resolved not only on Becker Circle, but on the citywide basis. We all pay our fair amount of taxes. It should not matter if we reside on a street with a blue or green sign. Since our taxes are currently being used to take care of public roads, then perhaps those residents on a private street should be taxed differently. For example, a tax break. This would allow us to address issues that the city believes are not the city's responsibility. In one of the most recent meetings, the city council voted to allow, except Tracy O'Neill, an additional $100,000 of taxpayers' hard-earned income to fund the city of Gloucester's 400th birthday. It is a remarkable milestone to celebrate, but in all honesty, that money should be spent on serving the community by addressing our neglected infrastructure, such as water lines and road repairs, as well as much-needed sidewalks and bicycle paths. It's nice to have a once-in-a-lifetime birthday cake, but it does not taste so delicious when it is at the taxpayer's expense and community needs are not addressed. Our residential taxes increased another whopping $1,200 this year. So at least you can do is fix a leak that continues to leak. We cannot believe that 3 weeks have passed by and nothing has been done. We recently heard that through the grapevine that Woodman Street, Overlook Avenue, Englewood Road, and Lake Road are all private roads, yet the city of Gloucester has installed new water lines and paved these roads. We would appreciate confirmation whether this is true or not, so please provide us with your response. We are also both retired and now on a fixed income. Therefore, we are no longer physically capable of taking on this project, nor are we willing to pay more than our fair share to repair another water leak. So the best we can do at our age is report the leak. In the meantime, it will continue to leak. In closing, we hope our voice is heard and our concerns are addressed. Sincerely, Jane Fox Dobson and William Dobson.
Thank you, Jane and William.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to speak.
Next person. Pam Steele, would you introduce yourself and your address? And we no longer have interference, so.
Yes, Pam Steele, 10 Pilots Hill, Gloucester. I'm calling to follow up on something I asked over a year and a half ago. At the recent meeting of the City Council, it was brought up that the developer for 116 East Main Street would like to donate to the Affordable Trust instead of an affordable unit, which we were promised and we still want. What I said at that meeting was that Scott Memhard had a meeting of the neighborhood, which was well attended a year and a half ago, because some of us noticed that in violation, the developer had tried to put little blasting cones into the stone, the granite. So we had the meeting, everything was fine. I asked, what's the status of the affordable unit at that time? And I was told that, oh no, they're giving 400,000. At that time, it wasn't 415, it was 400,000 to the Affordable Trust. Of course, I got on the city council meeting and questioned that and was told, and I'm not mentioning names because I don't want to get cut off, said, oh no, that is perfectly legal. A year and a half later, I'm on the city council. I wouldn't have known if I hadn't faithfully tried to help make my city great. And here we are again. I never get letters. I have maybe 2 or 3. If I had had a letter at that time, I would have been able to review what the councilor said at that meeting about it's okay to get the Affordable Trust without really knowing the history of the project, because I don't think he was on at that time. So I would like a letter. I would like a clarification. I'd like to be public about this. We need an affordable unit. The end. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Appreciate it. Now, Linda McCarriston. Linda, would you introduce yourself and your address? And you have up to 3 minutes to talk to us about matters not on the agenda.
That was an accident. I think I didn't really raise my hand. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, so you can.
Oh, no, I wasn't prepared to speak, and I must have. Anyway, it was an accident. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Can we now have 62 people for attendees on the call? So I think that's all for public comments. Oh, we have Marianne Boucher is on the call. Marianne, welcome, and you have 3 minutes to talk to us about matters not on the agenda. Name and address.
Marianne Albert Boucher, update on the creek. Anyone? Anyone?
Okay, we can't respond to you for these matters. This is a public comment, and we will.
I understand that. My point I'm trying to make is it's time. It's time for the people of this city to have an update on the creek, on the water. I know it's May 1st is basically the start date for testing again, according to mass.gov, but it's time. Our children are now in that creek. I'm watching kids again in that creek, dogs in that creek, people in that creek, 72 degrees today, people in the creek. If the sign isn't doing it, have a bigger sign. Tell them why they can't be in that creek. What's wrong with that creek? We're doing a big disservice again to the city, to the people of the city, by not letting them know what is wrong with that creek. Somebody's going to end up suing the city of Gloucester because nothing's being done. And I know people say, well, they're working on it. They're working on it. They're finding a pipe and they're fixing that pipe. But the people of the city deserve a front page article, and it needs to say what is there, why it's been so long, and why we haven't fixed it yet. I'll just keep going with it every week. It's an economic engine for the city. You're going to lose people. You're going to lose people because it's not being taken care of. I don't know what it is, but I can tell you right now, I hear it every single day from people in this city. They know I come to these meetings every week. Marianne, why aren't they doing anything? I don't know. I can't give you an answer. There's like so many things in the city. It's so beyond time. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. I mean, people with immune system, a cut on a child can cause them to end up in a real serious situation. So I'm not going to bother you anymore. I feel, and I'm at the point, very frustrated. I feel like you may hear me, but nobody's listening. And that's time and time again, week after week, month after month, year after year. Board of Health, City Council, everybody. I mean, I know you say that we're going to give updates, but we depend on every one of you to get that work done for us. You're our elected officials. We depend on each and every one of you. I am pleading with you especially for the children of this city. I don't care. I don't want to put a blame on any. I just want to see it fixed. People just want to see it fixed. We want to identify the problem. We want the transparency that our mayor promised, the transparency in the city, and we want to see it fixed for the good of everybody. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Anyone else like to speak to the council for matters not on the agenda? Seeing none, next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is the consent agenda.
Councilors, would anyone like to pull any matter off the consent agenda? Councilor O'Neill.
Yes, I would like to pull off my council order 2023-027.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to remove anything from the consent agenda? Council Grow?
If no one else is going to do it, we need to do the L&A minutes from whatever last week. And
April 3rd.
was
It was
that?
April 3rd. We have to remove the
And
O&A minutes.
confirmation of reappointment, Mike Luster.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to remove anything? So let's approve the consent agenda with the without the matters that have been pulled off. Is there a motion to approve that?
So moved.
There's a motion by Council Memard. Is there a second?
Second.
Council Gross seconds it. Let's do a roll call vote. Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
The unanimous consent agenda passes as amended, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Now let's go to the matters that were removed. Council O'Neill, if you could explain why you've removed it. You are muted.
Thank you. There is a typo, but I will be taking this up at a different time.
So do you want to, without objection, withdraw it?
Yes, please.
Okay, without objection. We
Yes.
don't have to take a vote on that.
All right, thank you.
Council Grow, you removed the O&A minutes of April 3rd, as well as the reappointment of Mike Luster.
Yeah,
You could
I was only acting on behalf because nobody else was pulling them, but we haven't got the L&A minutes and from that meeting that covered two issues that are on the agenda tonight, Mike Luster and the rules of procedure.
Thank you. So we will, Council Nolan, do you wish to add to that?
I actually, we did not receive the minutes from the O&A meeting. It wasn't approved. There's some things that may be affected in tonight's agenda on some of the hearings as well for rules of procedure. So without the minutes being, go ahead, Joanne.
No, it's just the council rules of procedure. It's not any of the other public hearings. So I just want to make that clear.
Excellent. So there is something missing in the agenda. Jason, thank you for getting to the mic before I could.
So I would move to refer those matters to our next meeting, which is April 25th, 2023. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is the Budget and Finance Standing Committee report of April 6th.
And I would like to ask that our BNF Chair, Councilor Scott Memard, moves us through that section of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam President. We're going to do this as a consent agenda, so I'll highlight each of the 5 motions that Budget and Finance referred to the City Council as a whole at our last Thursday's meeting. If anyone wishes to pull one off for more detail, please do so. Otherwise, we'll just accept all 5 as described. The first is a memorandum from the Gloucester Schools Chief Financial Officer requesting to increase the food services revolving loan fund to $1,750,000. That's up from currently $1,236,000. And it reflects an increase in that program's volume. The second item is a memorandum from Lise Nagello and Doug Kerr on behalf of the Gloucester Fisheries Athletic Association and the class of 1988 tennis courts project team regarding the Gloucester High School tennis court project update and the request to accept additional donations in the amount of $85,000, for which we thank them greatly. The third item is memorandum from our Chief Financial Officer and 2023 SA 23 in the amount of $330,000 for the purchase of 3 school buses. These are actually buses we currently own and we're buying them out of lease. Fourth item from the CFO 2023 SA 24 in the amount of $250,000 for repairs to the city and schools buildings during calendar year 2023. This is a budget for the DPW to perform seasonal maintenance during the summer season when some of these buildings are closed primarily. And the fifth and final item from Budget and Finance was a memorandum from our beloved Veteran Services Director, Adam Kukuru, requesting our acceptance of donations in the total amount of $935 for our veteran services. And these include from Heather Hennessy, St. Peter's Fiesta, Tina and David Bowling, Christopher Seinstra, Suzanne Silvera, Edward Camo, Sal and Janet Lucido, Thelma Parks, and Karen Mitchell for a total of $935. And unless there are any questions on any single item, I'd actually accept that consent agenda.
Councilors, would anyone like to remove any of these 5 matters on the consent agenda? Go ahead, Madam Clerk, your hand is raised.
Okay, I believe Scott said 3 school buses and it's 6 school buses. Did I hear that incorrectly?
I should have said, if I did not, 6 school buses, correct.
Okay.
Thank you for the correction, Madam Clerk. Anyone like to remove any of these 5 matters for further discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda for B and F as noted?
So moved.
Council Worthy has moved the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Council Memard, I heard you. Roll call vote. Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes,
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
So the next order of business, we won't be able to do the Ordinance and Administration Committee report because we don't have the minutes, would be the Planning and Development Standing Committee report of April 5th.
Council Grow.
Nothing to vote on tonight, but we are having a site visit for a special council permit on Folly Point Road. It'll be April 13th at 3:30 p.m. at 1 Folly Point Road, and that's for a height exception. Again, April 13th, 3:30 p.m. at 1 Folly Point Road. This is a site visit. You're welcome to attend, you can send questions to the chair. But then that's it. We'll see you then.
And the abutters have been duly notified,
They
so
have been duly notified.
thank you, Council Grow.
Okay.
Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
This is the first public hearing 2023-11, whether the city of Gloucester shall opt out of vote by mail in accordance with section 10 of chapter 92 of the Acts of 22, chapter 54, section 25B, parentheses A, parentheses 1 for the September 19th, 2023 preliminary municipal election and the November 7th, 2023 municipal election.
I would like to open the public hearing and continue it to April 25th, 2023. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
This public hearing 2023-012 to amend Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 5, Building and Building Regulations by adding Article 5, short-term rentals.
I would like to open the public hearing and ask Councilor Grow to present his order. Oh, where did I?
It's Council Gross, not Grow.
Gross.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Jason
Tony,
Grow is-
sorry about that. Council Gross. Your names sound so much alike and you're next
I
to
think
each.
you should be apologizing to Jason, not me.
Okay, you have the floor and we look forward to hearing your presentation.
Okay, so, this has been bandied around since November, where first one is a zoning ordinance, but then according to Mass General Law 64, Section 14, it is actually a code of ordinance, not a zoning ordinance. So it got bounced back and then it came to us, and it's been publicly noticed 4 times since then. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that this has had multiple public notices, opportunities to be seen. Go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So this is what's in the ordinance as the purpose, but there's a Cliff Note version on the second slide. Could you please go to that, Joanne? So as you can see, right now, there's currently no regulations on short-term rentals. And that leaves neighborhoods, local residents in those neighborhoods, and the people who are renting them at risk. So, much of this, there's been a lot of talk about, one provision in this, but there's a whole lot more to this that makes it safer for everyone involved, and it's past due time to have this done. So I'm not going to read this to you, but it just, that's the purpose of this, is to make sure that the health and safety of all involved is looked after. Next slide. So, people are asking why now? Now, I've cited some things and there's been some comments that we need data-driven. I'd like to point out that all of these examples, some of them come from very reputable data mining groups. You can see on this first one, it's from the Business Insider, which has been around since 2007. And so it talks about a lot of things, and I just left the whole quote there, but the important part about this is in bold, where cities can no longer afford to take a hands-off approach to the short-term rental industry. And that's great news for everyone involved. Now, this is the business side. This is not me. I didn't make this stuff up. I did not, this occurred to me as I continued with growing concern, reading about situations that we need to be prepared for. The next article is a little bit concerning because it says just last October, short-term rental listings were up 23.3%. If anybody tells you that this is not a growing concern, that's just, and then if you look further, 80 to 88,000 short-term rentals are being added per month. This is something that's, coming our way. So, we need to be prepared for it, and we need to be ready for it. Next slide, please. So as you can see, Wired Magazine talks about, Airbnb has likely played an outsized role in several markets. Researchers at the Carnegie Mellon Institute, that's not, some anecdotal information here. This is hard data. Found that Airbnb mildly cannibalizes the long-term rental supplies. And in cities they studied, this is data by the Carnegie Mellon Institute, University, where Airbnb was popular. Residents faced a more severe reduction in housing stock. And then again, Wall Street Journal cites CoreLogic, which is a data, provides financial, property, and consumer information, analytics, and business intelligence. That's what CoreLogic does. These are data machines that come up with this stuff. And they say that it's accounted for 20% of home sales. 20% of home sales are for investment. And then our own Gloucester Times, had a thing from Ken Johnson from who's a real estate economist at the Florida Atlantic University. And, the takeaway here is that they are taking properties off the market that could be used for longer term rentals. That's, why now? That's a concern. The other concern was that we were not protecting the people who were renting it or the neighborhood. So the majority of this ordinance is about making sure that people are safe and the neighborhood's safe and the city's safe. Okay, next slide, please. So here's a summary of what is in it. The annual permits are, I talked to the administration, and when this went before O&A, we didn't have a number yet, but the administration, and I would like to present, if we vote on this, they had requested a $200 annual permit. So that's what that would be. After talking with Atlantic Vacation Homes, I changed the number of occupants to go from which most communities around the country and in Massachusetts have limits of 10 people per house, per unit, and 2 per bedroom or 10, whichever is, the least. And so this allows you for some of the bigger homes that we have, and also allows for some, people have young kids and things that may stay in the same bedroom. So this allows you 2 per bedroom plus an additional 2 total. So that offers a considerable amount of flexibility. Short-term rentals within their primary, which quite a few of our senior citizens are relying upon that. They have some extra space in their home that has a private bathroom and they're renting out rooms per year. They can do that 365 days a year. Now they do have to comply with the rest of it, which is an awful lot, is under the state regulation anyway. The proposal of short-term rentals and non-primary rental units may be rented for a total of 125 days. And that's to kind of help possibly slow down this movement that I took out some of the Wall Street Journal stuff in here that was talking about how that was a great place to invest. And I just want to have everyone think about Halyard. Now, there are major companies, and I think I forget the names of them, and I didn't pull up the Wall Street Journal article. It had it about the major real estate companies that are buying up multiple large apartment buildings and turning them into short-term rental. I want you to think about Halyard becoming all short-term rentals other than the 30 that are income regulated. That's a distinct possibility. We have no safeguards against that. So I just want you to think about that one. So again, the people who are currently registered have a certificate of registration from the DOR, Department of Revenue. They are considered legacy and will not be subject to the 120-day provision. Now, that's the only provision that they are exempt from. And again, without these regulations, we can have bachelor parties, we can have weddings, we can have, corporate functions every weekend, and, next door, basically in your backyard. So that's one of the things that this does address. Next, please. The state requires them, by being registered with the state, they have to have $1 million worth of liability insurance. Again, the trash, we're in this ordinance, you are asked to have current trash schedule out there so that people know when to put the trash out, so it's not sitting out there for days. Parking regulations so that they understand what the deal is, particularly if they're, let's say they're here for, visiting family at Christmas time or something, and there's a snow emergency. Noise ordinance, big one. They got to know what the noise ordinance is. And then also the state requires that they have the location of the fire extinguishers and gas valves. Also, this ordinance would require a 24-hour contact person so that, anybody who's renting these and something happens, toilet backs up, the step system alarm goes off, anything that happens, they will be able to have a 24-hour contact to be able to help help them remedy whatever emergency that arises. The operators, just like any rental unit in the in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts or in the city of Gloucester, all rental units, all the apartments, everything have to comply with state, local health, sanitary, fire, and building codes. Now, that's not to say that in older buildings, they have to be brought up to code. That's just not true. They, just like an apartment building, it all gets triggered by renovations and things. But as long as you have a bathroom in your unit and you have, there's not dangling wires and things like that. Now, currently, this is supposed to be happening. So this is not like something that's new. This is a current regulation that short-term rentals are under. So this just codifies it in writing so that people understand that this is a responsibility they have. Also, the smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. And then there's nothing in this ordinance that stops anyone from renting, long-term, which is 30 days or more. So just want to make sure people understand that there's nothing at all. And, we have heard, we've gotten, some communications that said, families own these homes and they come and they stay for, a while. And then they, and so they use up that time that they are there in that unit. If they're there for, 30 days, that's not counted against the 120 days. So now they have, the 120 days for people who actually have their second homes here is not a huge stretch for them, as far as I'm concerned. Now, people will probably disagree with me, but if the premise that we've been led to believe is that an awful lot of these units are owned by families who do come use them, they're stretching that into 150, 180 days by staying there, 1 or 2 months. Okay, next. So economic impact, I don't know if this is actually named correctly, but I just wanted to be sure that people understood that all short-term rentals that are registered with the state will be grandfathered in under section 5-65H. And what that means is I'm also going to propose an effective date of January 1, 2024, because the city needs to have time to get the permitting up. It would not be fair to anybody, the clients, the customers, or the renters or the homeowners, to put this forward and have an effective date, and we don't have the infrastructure to process the permit. So it gives the city time to process the permits, and it also gives people who have not been so diligent about signing up with the DOR an opportunity. I mean, if this passes tonight, they're going to have 8 months to sign up. So this gives people an awful lot of a big opportunity to sort of an amnesty period, but not really an amnesty period, but it does give an awful lot of people a chance to get caught up. And again, like I said, homeowners who wish to have their so that will not harm any of the people who have today. That particular provision that allows for legacies will not harm the people who set up their own finances, their personal finances, and the way they thought about their mortgages. It will not upset that apple cart. It's not fair to retroactively punish them. So that's the purpose of that, is so the people who are set up with that income, dependent upon that income, they are not. But here going forward, people will understand what they are, the roadmap that is ahead. So. And then again, people who live in the home and have a separate room, particularly older folks who have, their kids, 2 bedrooms and bath, they'll be able to rent 365 days a year. Because of the legacy, immediately there will be no loss, no reduction in revenue. And so there will be, but I have a feeling that we are going to see a large increase in the amount of short-term rentals that are registered with the state, if this passes. So it has room for growth for persons that are in their primary residence. And it does promote some affordability and availability of long-term residents by not losing that long-term inventory that, believe me, when Airbnb went public, they're in a hard push to make profits and grow their business model, VRBO. They're in a big push there, to grow their business model, and they are going to be making it quite attractive. And we really need to have people, invest in our community. And it also may help with, if we don't lose, those houses. There's been a domino effect I've watched for, decades now, where secondary homes that were bought along the coast, that weren't necessarily affordable homes, but as those houses got bid up, the whole rest of the housing market followed suit. So it's a driver. And not that that's the purpose of this, that's just a benefit, a side benefit that I would just like to point out, that maybe it'll keep a little bit more inventory here, and we won't have the cash buyers coming in because they can afford to buy with cash, because they're going to get a huge return on investment by being able to rent for, 8 months a year at, $2,000 a week or, more. So it may be help, it may not. That's just a thought that's out there, and hopefully that is a side effect that we have. It's not going to cure any of our affordable housing issues for certain. So next. And I'd taken that one out, but it's a good quote from Jimmy Carter. A lot of people don't look at housing as a human right, but it is. Housing is a right. It shouldn't be an investment. Jimmy Carter, 2017. And that is my presentation.
Thank you, Councilor Gross. And I just want the public to know that as we continue the public hearing, if you want to see the full council order, it's on page 80 of 139 in the council packet for tonight's meeting. So if you go on the city website, go to government, hit city council meetings and agendas, and the first packet is on that for tonight's meeting. And you just scroll down and you can see it, because I think it helps to visualize it as well. And councilors, if any of you want to see this during the course of the public hearing, please ask. Joanne has this on her desktop, and she can put it up on the screen if you want to refer to the 5-page council order. So thank you, Councilor Gross. So who would like to speak? We'll start with in favor. And you have up to 3 minutes. If you could come in and introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes to talk to us. And I will ask Madam Clerk if you would time people and give them a signal when there's 10 seconds left. That would be great. So Allie O'Brien, you're first to speak on this, and welcome. And if you could give us your name and address, that would be great.
Hi, my name is Allie O'Brien of 3 Locust Lane, Gloucester. I think you just said that the first people to speak are in favor. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, if you decide that you're not, you can,
I'm
can be
not.
flexible. Okay, so not in favor, but go on, you have the floor.
Thank you. I read the Gloucester Times article last week on this matter, and while I appreciate and understand the issue of affordable housing, I did some research of my own specific to Gloucester that seems to suggest that restricting short-term rentals won't help the affordable housing issue and could potentially negatively impact the economic growth of Gloucester. Here are 3 important facts. Less than 2%, the number of short-term rentals in Gloucester last year, the number of short-term rentals in Gloucester last year is less than 2% of the overall housing units in Gloucester. Negative 22%. The number of short-term rentals in Gloucester has decreased by 22% since 2019 to 2022. Decreased 22%. I found this very surprising and clearly indicates that there is no relationship between rising house prices and short-term rentals in Gloucester. And finally, $12 million, the amount of revenue generated from short-term rentals last year, of which a significant portion is recycled back into the economy through local cleaning services, local maintenance workers, local taxes. And that $12 million does not include the millions of dollars spent by visitors on local restaurants, experiences, shopping, and all of the great things Gloucester has to offer. Given the fact that short-term rentals are a very small and shrinking component of Gloucester's housing stock, I believe it is an unnecessary distraction to further restrict short-term rentals and will likely have a negative consequence for the local economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ally. Anyone like to speak? We'll be general. We'll say either in favor or in opposition. Next, Alexandra Stella, welcome and introduce yourself in your address. You have 3 minutes to talk to us about this. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alexandra, and I'm at 14 Sawyer Ave in Lanesville. Now, I don't know if anyone on the council is a renter or who is trying to buy property. I've been a renter and looking at properties. So for 2.5 years, when my last house got sold by the owners, I looked for rentals. I went to a winter rental. I went to the campground. Okay. I lived there. Are other people who've done in order to stay. I want to meet them. I need to be in a group. 2.5 years. I looked every day. Also, I've been looking at real estate listings for over a decade. To say that the number of short-term housing is shrinking it's wrong. They may not be on any kind of thing that you can see, but I mean, drive around and show all the houses sold and show you, look, that one, then I saw it on Verbo. Okay. Then I saw it on Nextdoor as a short-term rental. People from the wealthy suburbs of Boston are parking their money here to get short-term rentals. I feel that I don't really agree with this, what do you call it, thing that you're proposing, because it isn't enough. It's not enough. How does that promote affordability? How does it slow? It's good to allow owner occupied people. I've always rented out rooms my entire life, been a property manager, rented them out at my house in Boston, rented them out at any place I rent here. I manage the building that I'm in. So it's good to allow owner occupied to say, okay, it's better if they would give a long-term, much better, but allowing people 120 days, I mean, to think that 9 months a year, talk to some of the people that have these units. Not a lot of people are coming there in the middle of the dead of the winter. I find it very romantic and evocative. It's not everybody's greatest dream. So, oh, let's go up to Gloucester, especially Lanesville, where like the wind is blowing and it's, no, not coming up here for that. So I don't at 100. I don't think that this is, I don't think that I would like to know how it promotes affordability. How does it slow prices? I don't think it's sufficient. So I guess that really, we make it, we have to make people think twice about parking their money up here.
Thank you, Alexandra. You have 5 seconds to wrap up.
All right, we need the housing for us. This is a peninsula and there's just not enough room to allow this to go on. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking in public comments. Next person with their hand raised. Roseanne Vidal, welcome, and your address, please, and you have 3 minutes to chat with us. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Roseanne Vidal, 24 Rowley Shore in Lanesville. We have an Airbnb that we rent out. It's an apartment attached to our house. We've been doing this for a few years. It's safe, it's up to code, we pay taxes. It's 2 people at a time. They're lovely. They love Gloucester. It's great. It's injecting money into the economy. I pay insurance for it. in the end, it's not even enough money to pay the taxes on our house because it's so expensive. And I think that I don't agree with the 120-day limit because, you know, it's mostly in the summer. We have some people in the winter. If it wasn't, Airbnb covers a lot of the safety issues. I think most of the ones addressed. Also, I want to say that I agree. I liked Ally's research that she did. And if it weren't for short-term rentals, I would not rent out this little 1-bedroom apartment because it's not worth the hassle. It's not going to increase affordable housing. You know, think about all the people that have homes here that are just here in the winter. They're not even here all year. You know, it's not gonna solve the problem. I feel like it's an undue burden. Where's that money going to go anyway with an additional file that I have to fill out for, you know, everything bureaucracy? Where's that money going to go? I don't know. I feel like it's just another headache. It's another obstacle, and it's not really addressing the problem, which, as Ally stated, you know, the data doesn't show that this is a huge problem in Gloucester. I mean, I would like to know how many people are only here all year long like us, you know, and that have the houses sitting around. And talking about noise, can we talk about leaf blowers? Okay. Nobody in my neighborhood is complaining about my Airbnb rental. I can tell you. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Roseanne. Next person to speak in either in favor or opposition. Deanna Fay, welcome. And if you would introduce yourself and your address, you have up to 3 minutes to talk to us. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name's Deanna Fay, and I live at 3 Barberry Lane in East Gloucester. I want to thank you all for taking this on, and thank you, Tony Gross, for all of your work here. I am not sure how I feel about this proposal altogether. I have some questions, and is it possible for me to just ask a few questions and get answers?
You can ask questions, and counselors can take note of them and ask them on your behalf.
Perfect, thank you. So my first question is just some clarification around the objective of the grandfathering of the existing 350 or so current short-term rentals. I'm not quite sure I understand what the exemption, what the benefit is to both the owners of the units and to the city. If I'm reading it correctly, the exemption is saying that they're exempt from the 120-day rule. So I'm not sure if that's what I'm reading correctly or not. And if it is correct, so the exemption is that it doesn't matter if it's owner occupied or non-owner occupied. So I guess that's one question. I'm curious about the 180-day period for people to register, which puts us at June 29th, 2024. And if I'm not mistaken, most short-term rentals are going to be fully booked for the summer by that date. So if they can organize themselves to book themselves for a full summer season, they should be able to get themselves to City Hall to register a unit ahead of time. That's so I'm not sure how that date came about. I'm also curious about the $200 fee. Is that per rental unit or per owner? So some clarification on that would be great. And my last question is around sort of policing of all of this and whether the city actually has the staff and resource capacity for monitoring and enforcing this, and what you perceive violation consequences would be. So that's a whole list of questions for you. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to find it within any of the documentation. So I'm hoping that somewhere I can get some clarification tonight. Thanks again.
Thank you, Deanna. Next person that'd like to speak in favor or in opposition. We now have about 14 people with their hands raised. Michelle Williams, would you introduce yourself and your address, and you have up to 3 minutes to talk to the council.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I'm Michelle Williams. I live at 53 Concord Street in West Gloucester. I'm also the general manager at Atlantic Vacation Homes. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. So just to put it out there, Atlantic Vacation Homes definitely takes the position that, you know, fair and sensible regulations are in the best interest of everybody. And we agree that the safety of the community and our guests is paramount. We do know that all Gloucester rentals, including short-term rentals, are already mandated to have a certificate of rental dwelling from the building inspector's office. So just so that everyone is aware of that, we do that already. We're asking that the city does undertake an economic impact study. We've been talking to Councilor Gross about this for a while. We know that having data that is very specific to Gloucester is going to help us a lot. And even on this call tonight, there's been a lot of questions about the data, and really looking at what's happening in Boston or other parts of the country is not going to help us understand what's happening specifically here in Gloucester. One of the other issues, tourism, as everyone knows, is a major economic driver here. So from that standpoint, I'm also the chair of the Discover Gloucester Board, and we've been working very hard for a number of years to extend the season and market Gloucester as an attractive year-round destination. And I can tell you, people do come here in the winter. They've been coming. So limiting the rentals to 120 days, which is essentially the summer, really undercuts that goal. And it also potentially puts a huge cap on tax revenue. And a lot of our Gloucester properties are already subject to that 3% community impact fee. And 100% of that is already earmarked for supporting affordable housing. And that 3% also puts those properties at a 14.7% lodging tax, as opposed to the 11.7% that hotels have. So we really are hoping for, you know, to have some real data and a study done specifically around Cape Ann and the city of Gloucester. And that will just help us immensely to really understand the landscape here and not just guess and not make assumptions based on what's happening in other parts of the country. So lastly, I just want to say that there's all kinds of reasons that people do rent their properties. We represent a lot of different types of homeowners, including those who have an inherited home that they use and they need income to maintain and pay the taxes. There are couples who, you know, buy a vacation home that they want to move into when they retire. There's families who rely on rental income to pay for things like college tuition, weddings, medical expenses, or other family needs. There's a lot of personal stories around this, and it's much less about the sort of nameless, faceless corporate investors coming in and swooping up all the real estate.
Michelle, you have about 5 more seconds to wrap up. Thank you.
I'm all done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for doing the timing. We appreciate it. Next person to speak to us in either in favor or in opposition. We now have about 12 hands raised. Barnaby, would you introduce yourself and your address? Thank you.
Certainly. I hope you can hear me. I'm in the woods. I'm Barnaby Prendergast. I live on 61 Fernald Street in Wild West Gloucester. I am another data-driven person. We really, I feel, need specific data to Gloucester. Otherwise, what we're in effect saying is, if you're rich enough to own a second home and not rent it out, that's fine. But if you need to rent it out to own that second home, that's not fine. And I think that's kind of a bit skew if you like, when something like 10 to 15% of Gloucester property is currently vacant. Going by the Housing Production Plan report in 2017, there were 2,000 vacant properties in Gloucester, vacant residential properties. Going by the MBTA communities data, that appears to have come down to something around 17 or 1,800, but those properties are going to be fine. But the 370 currently licensed short-term rental properties are not going to be fine. It just seems like we're picking the wrong bit of the problem to address if we're really interested in freeing up homes for people to live in as opposed to people to holiday in. Anyway, that's all I really wanted to add. I've sent a message earlier, which you may or may not have time to read. And thank you for your hard work. I recognize it's a difficult problem. Bye.
Thank you, Barnaby. Next person with their hand raised, Madam Clerk. Joel Favazza, would you introduce yourself and your address? You have up to 3 minutes to talk to us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joel Favazza, 28 Middle Street. I've been contacted by a flurry of clients, but I am here in my personal capacity due to time constraints. At the outset, I just want to say that I agree with the vast majority of the ordinance, and I hope that a modified version of what has been proposed will come back not too long from now and get a positive vote from this council. However, I urge you to please send this current draft back to ONA for additional research and refinement. Otherwise, sadly, I would ask that you vote against this ordinance change as currently stated. I bring up research because I heard a lot tonight about interesting data and not a lot about necessary data. And by that, I mean, I'm curious if this goes forward tonight, will broad and general conclusions stated in national publications now be recognized by the council as the only guides we should be looking at in deciding how we should govern the use of real estate in our city? If so, I look forward to the same deference being given to the national publications I'm happy to bring in regarding multifamily housing, waterfront development, and height limits for future projects I might come through with. I'm being intentionally snarky, but seriously, even the Gloucester Times article mentioned data pulled from a Florida expert. It's my understanding that there's been no input solicited from the local Chamber of Commerce, no input solicited from the Discover Gloucester Group, no input solicited from local real estate rental companies, companies that might have Gloucester specific data rather than what's just generally available in national magazines. It's also my understanding that there has been no input solicited from local short-term rental unit owners. I think, frankly, you need to hear from these stakeholders before you vote on an ordinance that is going to impact interest to all of them. My main objection tonight is with the 120-day limitation on new units. I believe it'll solve none of the issues that have been suggested it will solve. Investors will still outbid working class purchasers who would own or occupy houses because 120 days is still lucrative enough to justify it. Property owners will still elect to rent units on a short-term basis rather than rent to year-round tenants because 120 days is still more lucrative and carries less risk and liability than renting to a full-time tenant. The only change will be that new short-term rental units will be underperforming and contribute less in room tax to the city and less in tourist spending at local retail and restaurant establishments because they're going to be empty 2/3 of the year. As I know you all know better than I, we have schools, police stations, fire stations, and a sewer plant to build, and we cannot be cutting off sources of revenue like this. I believe if you want more housing units, affordable and market rate alike, you can resurrect the zoning ordinance amendments that the planning board worked on for 4 years that you voted down last summer. If you're worried about Halyard becoming a quasi hotel, make it easier and more appealing for real hotels to be permitted and built. Again, I think you're really close on most of this. I just hope you'll pump the brakes, send it back to ONA, reach out to local stakeholders, and then using local data, come back with a more refined draft. I really thank you for all the hard work. I'm not trying to give you guys a hard time. I just hope you'll do a little more before you take a vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joel. We now have 9 hands raised. Madam Clerk, if you could bring in another person, that would be great. Mr. Newell, would you introduce yourself and your address? You have up to 3 minutes to talk to us.
Sure. Mr. Newell is actually Newell Plather. And hi, Scott, a neighbor with Scott Memhard, living at at the address on the sorry, I am nervous, always speaking in front of crowd.
So what is your address, Mr. Newell?
4 Beach Road, 4 Beach Road in Gloucester.
Great.
And, you know, we have owned this this property for a long time. We have, it's a family treasure, and we rent it over the summer, and that's it. We're registered with the state, and I see that we're paying almost 15% in taxes. I'm speaking against this this proposal in its current form, not because it impacts me, but actually I've spent a lot of time, 15 years, I was involved with affordable housing in the state of California, specifically in the Los Angeles and West Hollywood area. And one of the things that I saw there is that if you're trying to address housing needs, you have to look really specifically at those kinds of issues. And, you know, if you're looking for affordable housing for seniors or for people who are low income, people who work in the community but find that they're having trouble affording the houses there, each of those sort of needs to be addressed individually. And so I think the idea of trying to limit rental housing with the idea that that's going to somehow take care of other housing problems. I don't think that they're as connected as that, not in my experience. And I've heard a couple of others talk about the need for additional income in the area. And one of the things that we see is we've got families that come back year after year after year. We actually have a family that is on their 30th year. They come for 2 weeks at the end of the summer every year. It's the 30 years they've had their kids grow up, and now the kids have kids that are coming to Gloucester. It's really special to see. And I think that people love the town. The thing is, once they're here, you want them to stay and you want them to spend their money. If you have people just coming in using the beaches and leaving at the end of the day, you miss a huge opportunity for people who are going to be buying groceries and getting their hair cut and buying clothes locally so that they can be ready for a dinner with family and friends, that kind of thing. So I think the two issues tend to be very separate. And I'll just leave it at that. It sounds like there's some good thought that's gone into it, but it really doesn't sound like a finished work here in its current form.
Thank you. Next person that would like to speak in favor or in opposition. Frank McCormick, would you introduce yourself and your address? You have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Yes, I am Frank McCormick. I live on 15 Tidal Cove Way in beautiful Gloucester. I am in opposition, not the whole thing, but definitely the 120 days. And I think Ali O'Brien made some great facts. Deanna had a lot of questions, and everything Joel said I'm 100% behind. We can't base everything off pulling information off magazines and data machines. That doesn't even make sense to me. What facts can you provide that Airbnbs are detrimental to the city of Gloucester? What negative impact would they cause to the city of Gloucester? I think I deserve, because I am one of the persons that I do rent, I do own, and I do sell in the city of Gloucester. I think we need a study that's going to be done for the city of Gloucester. It just, for me, it just doesn't make sense. And then I do have questions like the January 1st, 2024. If I slide in under that, the poor guy that comes in 2025 can't do an Airbnb. It just, I don't understand it. I feel like you're taking certain rights away for what reasons? What's the basis of the reasoning? So Council Gross, I really, in the council, I really think you guys should really think this over and get a feasible study. I think as a renter, I think I'm owed that. And I think we need to put this on hold. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Frank.
Have a good night.
Thank you. We now have 8 hands raised. Anyone like to speak in favor or in opposition? Patricia Ivas, would you introduce yourself and your address? Can you unmute yourself, please?
Can you?
Thank you. We can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Patricia Ivas. I live at 8 Lewis Court in Gloucester. I have a number of questions. I'll make them kind of brief. Airbnb and vacation rental by owners, they're really separate sites, although they offer the same services. Vacation rental by owner offers standalone homes only, and Airbnb offers standalone homes and shared spaces. So they're a little bit different. My first question becomes, how does one identify a vacation rental by owner or Airbnb that's not registered with the state? I think I read there was 350 that are registered. Is that Airbnb or vacation rental by owners? So how does one uncover the ones that are under the radar? The second question I have is, how are their certificates of rental dwelling tie into this, vacation rental by owners and Airbnb? I don't know how that fits in. And the third question I have is one of enforcement. How are all these enforced details, or how are all these new details going to be enforced? Those are kind of my questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're all doing a lot of writing, so we appreciate the questions. Thank you. We now have 7 hands raised. So Sunny Robinson, would you introduce yourself? And you have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Thank you very much. This is Sunny Robinson at 20 Harvard Street. And first of all, I want to thank you all for starting to tackle this very difficult problem. In general, I support the direction in which you're going. Let me start by sharing a couple of thoughts and then express my reservations. When I look at statistics, I see that we have 15,000 plus housing units in Gloucester, but we have 13,000 plus full-time occupied households. So somewhere in there are 2,000 units we're talking about. Now, obviously, some of those are seasonal for the people who own them and not rental properties, whether short-term or long. But I think that helps illustrate some of the concerns from people like myself who are very afraid that we are losing rental property that is affordable within the market. I'm not talking affordable within the deed restricted sense, but affordable within the market to people who work here and want to live here. One of the prior speakers was pointing out that tourism is driving our economy. It's true. That's an asset on one hand, but tourism is also driving out the very workers who need to live here to service the tourist industry. So we have a big problem to figure out how we retain the highest percentage of housing that is affordable within the sense of the market. And I think your proposals in front of you tonight are a very good step in that direction. One of my concerns, given that we don't really know how many short-term rental units there are, because it's clear that not everybody is appropriately registered and paying their fees as they should. One of my concerns is how do we find out how many short-term rental units we really have? And if we are we grandfathering in only those who are appropriately registered and certified, or everybody who is in existence? And how many of the sub rosa units zip forward between now and January 1st, 2024 to get registered so they're grandfathered? So the problem for me that I'd like to hear you all discuss is, do we really need to grandfather all of those units? How many units have we taken off? And I see Joanne is telling me my time is up, so I'll leave it with that question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunny. I was taking notes and not looking at Joanne's prompt, so my apologies. We now have 6 hands raised, and if you would bring in the next person, Madam Clerk, that would be great. William Rochford, if you would introduce yourself and your address, you have 3 minutes to talk to us. Would you unmute yourself, please? You're almost doing it. You're hitting the right button and then it's disappearing on you. Keep trying.
He's no longer on the screen. So do you want me to bring the next person in?
Okay, bring the next one in, and if you would keep trying, that would be great. Liz Russell, would you introduce yourself and your address? You have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Liz Russell, 141 Mount Pleasant Street, East Gloucester. I just want to echo what some other folks have said. sort of neutral. There's a lot that sounds sensible to me, but it does, I just want to echo what other folks have said about just really being interested in more data. Because a lot of those facts and figures are from like national publications and other places that aren't Gloucester. And I just think it would be really helpful to get a better understanding of the data. I mean, when you think of the history of the town, like there have always been short-term rentals. A lot of the art in the museum was made by artists who were there for short periods of time in the summer. So it's not necessarily a negative. You know, it does contribute to tourism. It is a positive. I mean, the internet has really changed things, obviously, and people are concerned about it. But yeah, it just feels to me like we need more kind of facts. And, you know, sometimes like we bought a home. I grew up on Cape Ann. We finally bought a home in the fall. It's been my dream to come home. You know, some of these stories are so personal. Like my husband and I are going to retire in our house. We have 2 daughters. Like there's nothing I love more than bringing them back there in the summer, but I want to be able to rent it. We're going to be doing our rental through Atlantic Vacation Rentals because I like the way they operate. I like that it's a local company. Like I just feel really good about all those pieces. So, you know, that's just my story, but it's going to help us to be able to rent it, you know, for some maybe 8 or 10, or I don't know how long we'll rent it every year, but it's going to help us to be able to rent it to other families when we're not there. So yeah, that's just kind of our story. And I think it just would be really helpful to have more local data. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Liz. We now have 5 people with their hands raised and we have 88 attendees. So the next person is Marcia Hart. Marcia, if you would introduce yourself and your address, you have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Hi, Marcia Hart, 2 Fremont Street in Gloucester. I'm sorry I'm not better prepared. I tried to read through the information in the packet and saw the newspaper article. It's really hard to keep up with all the issues that there are that you think may be easy to keep up with because they've been brought up a few times, but it is really difficult to be a citizen. I really appreciate that this effort's being made and am in agreement with all of the provisions that are related to safety and the responsibilities of people providing rentals and all the liability issues, trash and parking and noise and fire extinguishers. Those are, if we don't have an ordinance that addresses that, those are all really good ideas and seem very well thought out. I was a little confused about if anyone signing up between the present and the date that it might go into effect, if they would be exempted and then the exemption for the 120 days would end, so that everybody would get grandfathered in if they applied to the state by the January date. But then everyone else after it would not have that opportunity. So that's a clarification that I think is needed. I found the newspaper article confusing in that regard. I'm also concerned about some of the things that have been brought up, and the 120 days. I think Airbnbs are a benefit in some ways and a liability in others. And I think that requires more conversation in the community because there are obviously competing interests. We do have a tourism economy, or a portion of our economy. We also have a serious housing problem. So, and I'm wondering about the oversight also. I know the building inspector is the involved person, but policing this, often we have things that get put into effect and then they really aren't followed up on adequately to make sure that people are following. How do you really keep it to 120 days? And I think the 120 days may be excessive for the state of our housing rather than too little. And from a personal example, my son in the past 7-8 years has lived in 3 different places where he was appreciated by the person renting to him, but he moved out because their family needed to move in. So
Mark, I hate to interrupt you, but you have about 5 seconds to wrap up. I'm sorry.
Just for permanent residents who are involved in Gloucester, contribute to the city, it's really, really difficult to live here anymore unless you have a stable housing. And it's very important that we create that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now have 6 hands raised and 90 attendees. We now have Leah Johnson. Would you introduce yourself, Leah, and your address? You have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Yes, I'm actually Doug Johnson. My wife is Leah Johnson.
Okay.
And yeah, so thank you, counselors, for letting me speak. My wife and I are public school teachers, and we own a house at 2 Arlington Street. We're both against the proposed ordinance as it's currently written. We have a little cottage connected to our house that we rent out seasonally for supplemental income that we depend on. And a couple of questions I had was, so Airbnb covers $1 million liability. So are you requiring us to get another $1 million liability insurance policy? And then on a separate note, as a taxpayer, I'm just wondering if the town requires inspections, does that open them up to potential lawsuits? So if a property owner gets sued, and there's a safety issue, the town will be standing with the property owner, and we as taxpayers would be paying for that. So I'm wondering if the town lawyer has looked into this. That's it.
Thank you very much, Doug.
Thanks.
We now have 6 hands raised. Our next person, Beverly Palmacci. If you would introduce yourself and your address, you have 3 minutes to talk to us. Thanks.
Muted. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
8 Commonwealth Avenue in Gloucester. I am definitely for tightening regulations. I would like to see this tightened even more. I don't see that short-term rentals really add anything to the community. It just makes it more of a transient community. And what is at stake here are the people who want to call and do call Gloucester their home. There are only so many homes in Gloucester. And this short-term rental business has certainly grown from what it used to be. I think a lot of the short-term rentals used to be summer buildings, not winterized. Now every cottage in Gloucester has been made into a winter rental. There just is not enough year-round rentals to satisfy the people who want to live here. And that really includes people who would like to work here. I see nothing beneficial about this. I've lived other places, including Hawaii. And when you live someplace that is centered around a tourist economy, you can see that it just cannibalizes the community. There just has to be a strict control of these. I live across from a building that used to be a 3-family building that became short-term rental. In terms of policing this, I realize this is very difficult. Owners will say they're doing a certain thing, and unless neighbors make the authorities aware that other things are happening, no one has any way of knowing. Owners can blatantly lie. I mean, this is what I encountered. I had to send her Airbnb rentals into the city to prove what she was doing. So, you know, it takes away parking spaces, one of my obsessions, but more than anything, it removes year-round rentals from the market. You end up with a lot of winter rentals. People move into winter rentals. Where are they going to move when summer comes? people, it's a slapdash. Where do I go? How do I afford this? People are being squeezed. It causes tremendous pressure to people. And this is one of those things that's a negative influence. You have to protect your community. You have to see that people who call Gloucester their home have half a chance to live there, not just in the winter, but year round. Make it their home, work there, and add something to the community. I think there may have been a couple of other things, notes here that as people were talking, but I think this is pretty much it. I'm really in favor of long-term rentals. I'm not in favor of short-term rentals. There's not enough said about it. And I was at the first meeting at the library when this whole thing was proposed. Meredith Fine seemed to be in charge of having written up these regulations. I thought we were there to discuss regulations, but we weren't. We were there to be told what regulations had been decided upon. And I thought, and it was sort of a let's wait and see basis. We decided what we want to see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for speaking to us. Next person. We now have 4 hands raised. Lucy Pear, would you introduce yourself and state your address? And you have 3 minutes to talk to us. Thank you.
Hi, yes, my name is Lucy Pear. My address here is 17 Rockholm Road, and I just wanted to thank you all for your time this evening. I know a lot of hard work and preparation has gone into this meeting and the topic. I am a 4th generation here in Gloucester, and I do have a rental property here, without which I wouldn't be able to be here in the community. And what I wanted to say is, you know, my stance is against the proposal in its current form, just because it sounds like, and especially through this meeting and with what everyone has shared, that there might need to be a deeper dive in the research that we're looking at here as far as locally what's concerned. But one thing that I have seen time and time again in the neighborhood that I'm in is that many people are purchasing second homes or third homes. They're not here in the winter, and they certainly don't need to rent their properties out in the summer. But the people who own rental units that are working very hard to have supplemental income to allow them to be in this community, a lot of time and energy goes in. The people that live nearby that are managing their own properties and helping to bring, you know, life into the city of Gloucester, that's, you know, a very big deal for us. So maybe something could be looking into the further impact of absentee owners, or how far away are the people who are living with second and third homes and renting them out through management companies. That's, I think, sometimes where a little bit of the position gets lost as far as oversight. I live, you know, right down the street, and I'm there every day available for my renters and working hard to ensure that the impact on the neighborhood and the community is of value. I couldn't rent the property if I didn't live nearby, because so much time and energy goes into it. So perhaps that's something we could look at further. That just came to me during this meeting, but a lot of different positions are involved, and I appreciate thus far having the opportunity to have that income. Again, without it, myself and many friends that I have around the island wouldn't be able to be here. And so, you know, that's something that I would love a little bit more information in, and I thank you all again for your time this evening.
Thank you, Lucy. We have 2 more hands raised. Right now, we have a phone number. If you would introduce yourself and your address, you have 3 minutes to talk to us.
That was an error on my part. The next one is William Rochford.
William, would you introduce yourself and your address, and you have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Hi, can you hear me now this time?
We can hear you well.
Wonderful. Thank you. And thanks for listening to me, and thank you all for your time. My name is William Rochford Jr. I've owned property in Gloucester for many years. I currently live in Marblehead at the time, although my love is Gloucester. And I'm also a realtor. I sell a lot of properties throughout the North Shore. And so I have a little bit of a different perspective on things, maybe than some people here. I joined the meeting without much thought, and I didn't have any statistics in front of me. But my thought is more just from my vision of what I've seen and what I have seen going on. First of all, I'd like to say I'm against it as it's written. I think that having a limitation on the amount of days people can rent, although I do not have any short-term rentals myself, they are all long-term rentals. I believe in general that in speaking about money and affordability, I think water, I always use this term, water kind of finds its own level, meaning if people continue to buy properties for short-term rentals, that over time, those prices will come down and people find it then it's in fact not a viable reason to buy properties for short-term rentals. So things kind of fluctuate and move in waves that way. And I've always seen that in real estate. Also, I'm going to go back and forth a little bit. Also, in talking about what we're experiencing in Gloucester, it's really nothing different than what the whole country is experiencing as far as cost of real estate, shortage of rental property. It's nationwide. So I really think we're looking at two different issues. One is, affordability living in Gloucester. The other thing is the rental situation. And I think as far as the real estate goes, it's really, we've been through a number of recessions. I've probably been through 3 myself, and we see things relax after we go through a recession, after things change. And I hate to say that someday we're going to be coming into that, but that's what happens. If things comes up, they go back down, and it releases the pressure on properties. So I do believe in the future, we will see lower prices, we'll see more availability, and I believe we'll be seeing more rentals, long-term rentals available. A little funny story. I also have, like I mentioned, long-term rentals. Right now I have.
Graham, sorry, you have about 10 seconds if you could
Okay,
wrap up.
I have a current renter that's actually renting full, that they only come once in a while, but they're taking up an apartment because they want to be able to come and visit Gloucester. So if we had more affordable short-term rentals, they would actually be using a short-term rental versus using a full-time rental property, if I'm making any sense right there to you. But I see a lot of that happening lately. And again, I'm against it as it's written, and I appreciate your time. But I think things will find its own way like they always do. And we're not in a different position than any other state in our country right now. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have 5 hands raised. Ruth Pino, would you introduce yourself and your address? And you have 3 minutes to speak to us. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ruth Pino. I live at 82 Wheeler Street in Gloucester. You all know I am a housing advocate and a zoning reform advocate. And you all need to get on board with zoning reform. Regulations like you're proposing tonight with too little data isn't the way to help us out of this housing crisis, which has been coming for 30 years. Short-term rentals have existed in Gloucester for over 100 years. You need more data and supportive zoning reform before regulating this industry any further than what you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth. We have 4 hands raised. Next person. Carl Socolow, would you introduce yourself and your address? You have 3 minutes to talk to the council. Thanks.
Sure. Good evening, council. My name is Carl Socolow. I live in central Pennsylvania. Valerie, I see you looking quizzical. Are you able to hear me?
I am. I'm just wondering what your local address is.
I will get to that in a second.
Okay.
I was born in Boston. My brothers and I own a house at 26 Salt Island Road.
Okay. I knew your parents.
It's my late parents' house. We set up a real estate trust as a means of ensuring ownership and and for estate planning purposes. We rent the house in the summer. That enables us to, and let me just say, I have summered in Gloucester just about every year of my life. My parents built the house in the mid-70s, and upon their passing, of course, we inherited it. We still use it personally, but not in the peak season. That peak season enables us to have the revenue to be by property. And let me just say, I have two brothers who live within 20 and 40 miles of Gloucester. So the three of us, they use it more frequently, but we do use it at non-peak season. I get up several times a year. I feel a part of the community. I stay abreast of these current issues. I speak in opposition to your proposed ordinance. I think it's a solution in search of a problem. And I would encourage us, have many others, that valid local data and research be done in order to, if going forward, so that you can decide what you want to do. I'm looking at Joanne for her waving her hand. I don't see it yet. And I believe that's it. But and as others have said, just real briefly, there are issues that need to be addressed. I don't think we want to have, anybody doing short-term rentals. I've been pleased with the agency we use, Atlantic Vacation Homes, because they vet their clients. Anyway, thank you. Take care.
Thank you, Carl. We now have 3 hands raised. Next person. Jenny Dillon, introduce yourself in your address. You have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Hi, Val. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Excellent. So I'm at 156 Wheeler Street, and my family's been in Gloucester summering since before the 1940s. So we have enjoyed keeping this little cottage in our family since then. I was raised on the beaches of Gloucester. Both of my kids who are now launched from college were raised on the same beaches, and hopefully, if everything works out for us, we will be raising my grandchildren on those beaches and my great-grandchildren. So I just want to make a couple of points. I've been in the healthcare field for 30 years, and I would ask, and I'm going to echo several other people in this call, that if we're really going to make some decisions about short-term rentals, that we at least really dig into Gloucester data. And I mean, Business Insider is a great publication. I love Wired. Of course, Wall Street Journal is reputable, but it addresses things high level, and it doesn't get down to the nitty-gritty of Cape Ann in any way, shape, or form. It might hint at a trend, but we really need to look at our own city. I've heard there's 300-ish short-term rentals, between 300 and 400 in Gloucester that are at least on record. I'm registered with the state, and we do Airbnb for some time in the summer. We also use it, and then in the fall. And that allows us to help with the taxes, which continue to escalate with the real estate values. And then, of course, we also have to maintain the property, and that's costly. So that's what we do with that revenue. And there are different reasons that people use Airbnb or do short-term rentals, and they range. So you really have to dig into, of those that are on record, why? Are those summer rentals? Like, for example, my place isn't even winterized. We have it for 8 months of the year. It doesn't take away from the stock of year-round rentals. And I think there are a lot of people out there like that because we are a summer community. There's also a lot of people that own second homes. They use it in the summer and then they rent it out for the rest of the year. Well, that doesn't really address the need of long-term either. And I think there are a lot of those. Okay, and then there are, of course, people that own houses, they use it in the summer and then they don't rent it, they don't have to. So we've got a lot of data that we need to dig in our city to figure out, because with the escalating real estate prices, I think there is a misperception in Gloucester that it's because of the short-term rentals. And I think until we really get that hard data so that we can address that issue, a lot of our citizens are still going to continue, like Beverly, who just spoke, they're going to continue to talk about how it's the short-term rentals that are driving the lack of housing and rentals in Gloucester. And that's not the case. It's our lack of development and our refusal to do it. And then every time that we do try to have a project, everyone tries to squelch it. So I think those are two different.
I'm getting a hand raised by Madam Clerk. So if you could give us a wrap up in 5 seconds, that would be great.
All right, that's it. I just want to say thanks for your time. And yeah, I will keep my eye on this. If there's anything else that you need from me input wise, Val, give me a call.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Last hand raise is Alexandra Stella.
I just want to say she spoke in the beginning. I don't know if you want her to speak again.
I think she spoke, and I think we should be ready to get to the next stage of the public hearing. No additional hand raise. Councilor Nolan.
Oh, we just have Olympia Palazzola just raised her hand.
Okay, Olympia Palazzola, thank you. If you would introduce yourself and your address, you have 3 minutes to speak to us.
Hi, it's Olympia Palazzola, 57 Weston Avenue. I wasn't going to speak, but I just wanted to say, we used our house. We had an apartment and a private room with a bath that we did for probably 7 or 8 years till all the family had to come back home and raise their families with us. It was the most wonderful time that we had. And it was a great opportunity. We met people from all over the country, all over the world. It was great. But I will tell you, to start up, it was not a fun thing to do, because all of a sudden, and we were in a time when there was only a few bed and breakfasts around, and the arguments within the city were just unbelievable. We thought we were doing something good, and like 12 of us got together, formed our own coalition because things got so bad within the city. It all calmed down after a while, and everyone went on to do their thing. But hopefully it's a good thing to do for people that really love Gloucester, who really, in some respects, a lot of people can't afford to come to Gloucester and stay at the hotels. So it was good. And I'm not trying to stop you from what you're trying to do, but in the same respect, I listened to all that was said, and I thought, oh my goodness, they have so many rules and regulations. You lost me. You lost me in your presentation. It was quite, it wasn't offensive or anything. It was just quite a representation that you had to put through, I guess. And I'm not saying it has to be easier to rent out property or less easier. I mean, we had to have fire inspections. We had the Board of Health come. We had the building inspector come to make sure we were doing the right things. So I don't know what you need to have to do it today, but like I said, it was a great time for us. It wasn't bad, and hopefully we will have rentals here that are short-term that people love. Thank you.
Thank you, Olympia. So the next stage, Councilor Nolan, your hand is raised.
I'd like to request that we send this back to committee for further vetting. There are some questions that aren't answered and some things that we'd like to bring up. And I think that'd be best if we could send it back to committee to vet this.
Is there a second on Councilor Nolan's request to send this back to O&A?
Second.
Councilor O'Neill. Is there a discussion, councilors? Councilor Gross. Councilor Gross, you are muted.
We have people here who have asked an awful lot of questions. And if we just send it back without answering those questions, we're not only doing the ordinance a disservice, we're doing them a disservice. So I think we need to answer those questions.
Council Nolan, do you wish to remove your motion and continue with the public hearing just to get the questions answered, and then we can decide what the next step is at that point? Or do you want to do the vote on this? You are the motion maker.
I believe that we should bring it back for more questions to be answered at ONA for open for discussion. We can answer questions tonight. I just don't think that the information we're going to have at this meeting is going to meet the questions that people are asking with a request on local and residential rules and what's going on at Cape Ann versus other national articles or things that are happening. I do believe that most of this is something that's needed, but I do think that due diligence ahead of time to try to find out some more facts based on Gloucester would give us more truthful knowledge, as opposed to just looking at articles that give a general ideal of what's happening around the country. I think that Gloucester deserves to have it be heard for how it represents them and the answers they're looking for. And whether it be at ONA or at some other form, this definitely needs to be taken up before we go to a public hearing where we may not be able to hear the answers that we're looking for.
So the motion has been made by Council Nolan. It was seconded by Council O'Neill. So we're in the discussion before we vote on the motion to return it to ONA. Council Worthy, I think your hand was raised first. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. So I do have questions, and I think that there were a lot of really good questions raised today. I do agree that Councilor Gross, when he says that the people who ask questions deserve the answers, but if we can ask those questions at ONA, and I wrote down every question, and while we can watch this video again to make sure we have those, can we make sure that those questions get answered and included into the next public hearing on this? And my second question to this would be, if we send it to committee before we close the people in favor and against, will they be allowed to speak again, or other people who would like to speak in favor or against this later?
Let's continue with the vote. Right now, I'm not sure so you're looking for answers on this. I would say that we could collect all of the questions. That's part of the minutes. Mm-hmm. And my feeling is that we have not closed the public hearing, so the public hearing remains open. And I would say that because the public hearing remains open, if additional people would like to speak when it comes back, that would be open for them to speak.
Thank you. And one more question, sorry.
Okay.
As chair of ONA, Council Nolan, will you allow discussion from the public at the committee level for those questions that have been asked and answered, and some give and take there as well?
Council Nolan.
The reason why I brought this question up before we close the public hearing is to keep the public hearing open. So this would be continued to the next meeting if it does so go back to ONA. And then at ONA, if we bring it back, it'll be open for all discussion for councilors and also for the people of the city. But that would not only be for this one particular item. Whatever is on the agenda for ONA that night will be open for public discussion and councilor participation during that meeting.
I think you mean questions, Councilor Nolan, not council.
Yes, that would be questions. That won't be deliberation or discussion. It'd be questions.
Okay. Thank you. And I would say that if this were to come back after that, we would not be able to put this back on the agenda until May 9th for continuation, because we have a complete booked meeting coming up on the 25th. So it would have to wait until May 9th. So on the motion, okay, we've got a motion. Any other further discussion on the motion? Councilor Gross.
As I understand it, the data they're looking for will take an RFP to go out to get a company. We don't know who is going to be on the selection committee for this RFP, which will then determine what your results are. And you're not going to have any of this information in, before O&A next time. I mean, that's just not even remotely possible. So I don't know where we're headed with this. And I don't think that half these people will be available to have, or, they're here tonight and they've asked many good questions. And I just thought it might be an opportunity, whether we continue it or not, to give them an opportunity to have their questions answered. But, what they are looking for, as far as I know, is a full report that requires a considerable amount of time and money that we don't have. The administration would have to pony up for the dollars on this. So there's a lot to consider there. If we're continuing it out, what we're looking for. If we're looking for more data on Gloucester specifically, although Bill Roachford put it beautifully, saying, that it's really a national issue. It's not just a Gloucester issue. And in fact, he repeated it twice. I mean, and someone else, I think it was Lucy, who said, the internet has stopped us from being isolationist. And now we're part of the rest of the world. And so so those are just some things you have to consider. If we're going to do a Gloucester specific impact study, then it has to go, it has to be bid. It has to, people have to, the RFP has to be done. It's not as simple as, just, I don't know where we'd get the information. None of us are qualified, I don't think, to go out and get it other than the sources which are very, they're data and analytical companies, which would be used to form, because you do have to consider the national trends also. But anyway, I just wanted to be aware that we'll take more time than just the next meeting. That's all.
Anyone that has not spoken? Councilor O'Hara.
Thank you. I believe that this certainly has raised a lot of eyebrows of our constituents. And I think in fairness to everyone, every citizen in the city of Gloucester, that we owe the greatest detail of evaluation to give a proper answer. And if that requires funding, we need, as a council, we need to address that. We just can't shoot from the hip and create rules and regulations without knowing as close to exact as we can. So I'm a firm believer that we need to do far more research. I applaud Councilor Gross for bringing this forward, and I think that the research is needed to realistically answer the questions. Thank you.
Anyone else that has not spoken? Seeing none, Councilor Nolan, you have the floor.
I do believe there's a lot more information that we need to obtain. I understand what Tony's trying to say, and I believe in 90% of what he's putting forward. We have listened to the people tonight without an RFP and without other issues and doing studies and surveys. We still can't answer the questions tonight versus at the next O&A. We may have some time to gather some more facts and find out what's going on, and then decide from committee again where this is going to go. So that's why I'm not against what Tony's saying. I appreciate it. We need something to happen here, but I do think with the amount of outreach that we've listened to tonight and the questions that I'm not able to answer or to find any information on part of it, I would feel more comfortable sending it back to committee than verifying what's going on and then go from there. So this is definitely what I recommend. That's how I feel. Thank you.
Councilor Grow.
I'm always willing to support going back to subcommittee if necessary, if it's been requested. I don't have an issue with this going back to O&A for further review. I will note from a lot of the conversation that we've heard tonight amidst the questions is this sort of seeming impression that we're doing away with Airbnbs and short-term rentals. And the truth is that the vast majority of the season that most of these rentals are in use of is included in will continue. And if the grandfathering legacy clause continues, most of those units won't be subject to any restriction whatsoever. I personally don't agree with that, but I think that we're, this idea that we have to launch a national, a big integrated Gloucester study. I say this again and again with some trepidation. We are not that different than Cape Cod or Paris or San Francisco or any of these other communities and cities that have found a detrimental effect to Airbnbs. We're not talking about getting rid of them. We're talking about adding some common sense regulation to them. And I don't know that we need to do a study to say that a business operating in Gloucester needs to have some rules. And I think that the questions can be asked at O&A. There can be a little bit more vigorous discussion there, and it be brought back to the committee as a whole, and we can vote on it without having to go into a full-on research analysis, because I don't think, frankly, that serves us.
All right, so on the motion right now is to bring it back to subcommittee. Councilor Memard.
I would agree to send it back to subcommittee, if only to better follow up on the questions that have been asked this evening. I agree with most of what Councilor Gross has done and what Councilor Groh just said. In Ward 1, there are a lot of long-term family seasonal rentals, and as people have described, whether they're on Briar Neck or on Good Harbor Beach, these are family legacy traditions, and it's part of the equation for what makes it work and allows the family to maintain their foothold in enjoying a tradition for the family in Gloucester and at our beaches. I don't think that we're going to do more RFP for research, but I do think we have the opportunity to reach out to our own database, which is readily available to us and would like to participate in our information gathering process. And that includes the Airbnb and and our friends at Atlantic Vacation Homes. We have a lot of very qualified resources to make a contribution towards our understanding of how this works and how it could work better. I agree with Councilor Gross's intention here, and I agree that, as Councilor Groh has just said, this isn't going to break this basket that's a part of the economy. This is just going to try and assure that there's a quality standard that we're all comfortable with and proud to carry on.
So I'm the last to speak on this. So I'm going to support the motion to return this to O&A. However, I want to state one thing, and I don't know if I could convince you otherwise. I would not mind spending 1 minute each for each of us to ask a question or two to either our attorney, Suzanne Egan, or Jill Cahill, whether it be on matters such as enforcement or why this, a little bit more about some of the issues that are easily answered before then going back to O&A. Would anyone be willing to do that, or do you just want to end this part of not close it, but end the discussion right now? Would anybody object to what I just said? Councilor Nolan, you have the floor.
I think that it might be better if we reached out to Jill or Suzanne on the side. And as Scott said, we have our own constituents and our own people and legacies that we have to talk to and get them to participate into the upcoming meeting if the motion passes. But I think that the questions to Suzanne, which is fine, anybody who's willing to ask them, or to Jill, I just think that that's something we could also do after we talk to our constituents about how they feel and what we need to actually ask.
Okay, so that's fine. So there is an objection with my suggestion. So there's a motion to return this to O&A. And it was made by Councilor Nolan. It was seconded by Councilor O'Neill. I think we've had our discussion to do that, in that we realize that this won't be coming back here any sooner than May 9th, at which time we would continue the public hearing. So I won't close the public hearing. Councilor Gross, and then the vote.
I really don't see the advantage of sending it back, and I really am leery of having just the industry speak to us. There's, we also have to have independent people also speak to us. Having just the industry and the people who are benefiting from this speak to us is not going to give us a well-rounded. We need to have representation from everyone, not just from one particular sector that's benefiting from this. And I'd be happy to withdraw this because I think if that's the route it's going, certainly we got the conversation started. But I'd be happy to withdraw it because I think that this needs a discussion with the administration. And, I was given a report by Atlantic Vacation Homes on what an economic impact study is. And I'd just like to share what it talks about local workforce. And it just says most workers in Big Bear Lake do not live in the city. So that's that constituency that was not necessarily dealt with. Almost 27% of them live greater than 50 miles away. So that's what an impact study is like that's done by industry. I think we need to have more people involved in this. And so I don't think that we can just do that by asking people who are currently renting and the Atlantic Vacation Homes or Airbnb or VBRO, because they definitely are, that's their business model, and, God bless them. But I think we need to have there's other constituents that we have too, that we should hear from. So I'm willing to withdraw this without objection, so it could be brought forward again.
So your withdrawal is without prejudice, Councilor Gross, and we don't need to vote that because it's your order. Councilors, I don't think that there's anything else that we need to discuss if Councilor Gross has asked to withdraw his motion without prejudice.
Is that without objection too? I mean,
well, we discussed that if it's your order, you can withdraw it without prejudice, without a vote. So, I mean, Madam Clerk, am I incorrect with that?
He can ask this to be withdrawn, but you had a motion on the floor to send it back to O&A. So wouldn't you vote on that first, whether to send it back and then vote to withdraw?
Okay, so let's vote first to go back to O&A, and then we'll open up the conversation to Councilor Gross. This is to bring it back to O&A. Councilor Majota.
All right, if Tony withdrew, why are we? Okay. No, I'll just vote no, I guess, to go back to O&A. To withdraw.
Councilor Memard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Gilman. Yes. Councilor Gross.
No.
Councilor Grow.
yes.
So the yeses have it 7 in favor, 2 opposed. However, Councilor Gross has the floor.
Well, I would like to withdraw without prejudice so that this can come forward again. And like I said, it's a conversation that needed to be started. We obviously started this conversation. Many questions were asked. And there's some things to consider. And it'll probably come back again in a very similar form, but it will have more data from Gloucester at that time if the administration is willing to be able, because we don't have any money to be able to fund a study. So, but there has been an offer to split the cost. So we'll see what happens.
So without prejudice, I just want to comment that Councilor Gross has done a phenomenally, a lot of work on this, and it's very much appreciated. And I think we got a really good start with the conversation. And we've learned that there's more opinions out there and more things that we need to research. So thank you, Councilor Gross, for your hard work in pulling this together. And I think we're ready to move to the next order of business. However, Madam Clerk would like to say something.
I would suggest that you vote on the withdrawal without prejudice, just to clean things up, and also to make sure that there is no issue on whether someone feels that we shouldn't have voted or should have voted. So I think to make it cleaner, I would vote to accept the withdrawal without prejudice.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
So without prejudice, Councilor Memard made the motion, Councilor Worthley seconded it. Any discussion?
Just a question. What happens to the vote we just took sending it to O&A? Does this make that null and void now?
I believe it does, because Councilor Gross has asked to withdraw his motion without prejudice. So that's what we're voting on right now. And we learned earlier in the year that we didn't need to vote that, but we will vote it. So that's okay, because there was a request that we voted. So there's a motion, a seconded, to accept Councilor Gross's withdrawal without prejudice. Roll call vote. Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes, thank you, Tony.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Gilman. Yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
With some regret, yes.
So the yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Again, Tony, thank you, and appreciate your hard work. Next order of business, Madam Clerk. Councilor Grow, go ahead.
I would give a future child for a 3-minute break.
Okay, well, I will allow someone to call that, and so Councilor Grow has proposed a 3-minute break. Is seconded by Councilor O'Neill, and let's do a roll call vote. Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Gilman. Yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes, I think we need to consult with Sarah, though, about the next child.
Councilor Grow.
I thought that was a fairly safe bet. Yes.
All right, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. We're going to take a 3-minute recess, so we'll be back in 3 minutes. So let's mute ourselves and take a quick break.
Where'd everybody go?
Counselors, let's see who's, we've got Counselor Majota's back. Memard, yes. Nolan, yes. O'Hara, yes. O'Neill, yes. Worthley, not yet. Gilman, yes. Gross, yes. And Grow. Council Worthy, are you back? So we can continue?
You can start.
Okay. We need Council Worthy back. Let's give him another minute. I will add that Suzanne Egan's on the call, our legal counsel. Thanks, Suzanne, for being here on the call. And we still have Chad, our Assistant Harbor Master, Chad Johnson, and TJ Shimataro, our Harbor Master. Okay, Council Worthy is back. So we are ready to get to the next order of business. Madam Clerk.
Public hearing 2023-013 to amend the Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Waterways Administration regarding regulation of moorings, use of public landing, use of public ramps, increase fees for commercial marinas, limit use of Solomon Jacobs Landing to recreational boaters, create fixed vendor site for water taxi shuttle, and increase fees, fines, and penalties under Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, Chapter 10, and Chapter 11.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to open the public hearing and note that there are 9 sections of the code that are before the council for consideration of possible amendments. They are as follows: Section 10-50, definitions. Section 10-51, regulation of moorings. Section 10-52, use of public landings. Section 10-53, use of public ramp at Don Fudgeon. Section 10-54, use of city-owned commercial marinas reserved, amend by adding new, I'm sorry, this is the next section. Amend by adding new section 10-55, use of city-owned commercial marinas, and amend reserved sections. Next, amend by adding new section 10-88, commercial pump out. And then section 1-15, penalty for violation of certain specified sections of code. And section 11-5, mixed vending, site-specific locations, 6. And I'd just like to tell members of the public that if you want to look at the entire ordinance, it begins on page 90 in our packets from our O&A meeting on March 6, 2023. So 90 in tonight's packet, which can be found in government / then you go to city council, and then you go to full council documents, and you will see, I'm sorry, it will be standing committee documents, and it will be March 6, 2023. So that's where we stand right now. And so I'd like to begin by asking our harbor master if you are able to present to council your that you are speaking in favor of this. So TJ, you have the floor.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
All right.
Nolan has his hand raised. Hold on.
I'm sorry, I may have missed it, but I didn't know if you opened the public hearing or not.
I did. I absolutely hit the gavel and I opened the public hearing.
Excellent.
I swear
Thank
I
you.
did. Okay. Thank you for making sure that I did. TJ, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm here tonight on behalf of the Harbor Master Department and the Waterways Board. Everything you guys have in front of you tonight that you've reviewed, of course, I am in favor of. It's been a tremendous amount of work over the last probably 6 months. All of these ordinance changes and fee recommendations have been vetted between the Waterways Board and the subcommittees, some back and forth multiple times before it finally went through legal and to O&A, and now in front of all of you. We've had a positive recommendations from all committees so far that have looked at this. There's a lot here, but it's been, a long time coming. Some of these There are some fees and ordinances that were outdated, some fees and liabilities that have never been looked at or increased since inception. As you all know, but for the public general knowledge, the waterways is on an enterprise fund. It is not funded through the general fund. We are a revenue in, expenditures out business, if you will. So we need to, in order to, maintain the legacy of the Waterways Enterprise Fund and continue to do the great work that the men and women who work for the Waterways and Harbor Master's Office have done, we need to make sure that we're paying our bills and we're appropriating money accordingly to maintain our waterfront, our public landings, our equipment, and our personnel. So I gave a pretty full and detailed presentation at O&A on all of these specifically. I'm sure you guys will have some questions pertaining to certain aspects of this tonight, but I am in favor of all that is brought before you this evening. Sorry about that. And that's pretty much it. I'm sure there'll be some other people speaking in favor or maybe against tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, TJ. Anyone else like to speak in favor? Anyone like to speak in opposition? Hands raised. Anyone in either favor or opposition? I see Bill Muniz. Bill, would you come in and introduce yourself and your address, and you have 3 minutes to speak to our council.
Hi, thank you. I'm Bill Muniz, 11 Rona Road, Gloucester, Mass. Been a commercial fisherman and boat owner since 1987. I would like to oppose the 100% raise on the St. Peter's and the IC4 rent. I do realize it has to go up at some point, somewhere, but I oppose the 100%, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Bill. Next is Doug Germain. Doug, would you introduce yourself and your address? You have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, Doug Germain here, 14 Lindale Ave, Gloucester. I have the fishing vessel Labor in Vain. It said I foresee 2. And I've only been a tenant there for 2 years. And to increase the fees there seems unjustifiable. The floats are shaking apart. I have to move my boat in rough weather. And the hoist is probably 50% of the time doesn't work. And I just don't see the increase there when there's no work being done to maintain the place. I'm really opposed to this at this point. Any kind of increase I wouldn't be against, but say 100% doubling the dockage fees, I am opposed to. It's the time of the fisherman's life here where we're only allowed to fish 6 months of the year, and now we're going to be increased in the fees, and it really it's going to hurt us some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Now we have somebody with lots of numbers, and if you could introduce yourself and your address, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak to us.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
My name is Forrest. I'm a captain on the Freaky Tiki.
Can you tell me your last name, Forrest?
Forrest Turner.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So we saw that they're limiting the access to Solomon Jacobs Landing to recreational boats only. That is going to negatively impact our business quite a bit. We do not have another location we can pick up passengers while still having parking for them. We have 60 plus passengers a day, more often than not from out of town, coming in to go on our boat. They immediately go off of the boat looking for food. They put money back into the economy getting off of our boat. We don't have other options for landing, for picking up passengers right now and still having parking. there's locations like Cripple Cove, but that has seasonal parking all around it. So we don't have anywhere that people can park there. St. Peter's, we can't get into if there's wind. The boat has a lot of wind surface, so we would be pushed right into the corner there. We can't get in and out reliably. There's only 2 commercial charters that I know of that use the landing. It's us and Steve Douglas. So I don't see why that's having a huge impact and why they would have to limit us. So I'm just speaking in opposition to limiting that to recreational boaters only.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chad, we are not in the question part yet. So is your hand raised to speak in favor of this? Okay. Chad, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just have a question for Captain Forrest.
Okay, so
what does his vessel has a? Can I ask a question?
You can ask it, but the councils have to ask it when it's the question time. So you can ask the question of what you want us to ask. Go ahead.
I would like to know what his certificate of inspection has for where he picks up and drops off his passengers.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor or opposition? I see 4 hands raised. Joanne, would you bring the next person in?
They're already in. It's the DDPZRE1Q11U7. So he has to accept.
I think that was Forrest. Wasn't that?
No,
that wasn't
Forrest. No.
Okay, so DDPZRE, if you could tell us your name and address, you have up to 3 minutes to talk to us.
Are they Klingon?
DDPZRE1.
He's on mute.
If you could unmute yourself, that would be great. Okay, you're unmuted. You have up to 3 minutes. Introduce yourself and your address.
I guess that must be me.
If that is, yes, go ahead.
All right. My name is Phil Cusimano. I live at 67 Bond Street in Gloucester. I'm on the Waterways Board, and also on that subcommittee that did some of the research for this. And I am in favor of these price increases. And even at the 100% increase, that's still well below the next person, the next marina up that's charging what they charge. And to do some of the repairs and some of the updates and some of the fixes that have to happen to some of these marinas, there's no way that we can do any of that stuff without some sort of price increase. And like I said, even at the 100% that this particular marina has to pay, that doesn't come anywhere near what the next person up, the next marina up, is paying for their boats to be at their marinas. And they haven't had a price increase in 20 years, over 20 years. So I'm very much in favor of what's going on. We did an awful lot of research and an awful lot of going out and trying to find out in the neighboring communities what they're paying. And we're well below, in fact, what's going on with what they're paying. And like I said, I'm well in favor of it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Phil, would you just repeat your address? I know you're on the web.
67 Bond Street in Gloucester.
Okay, great, thank you so much. Next person, we have 3 hands raised. Bob Elves, would you introduce yourself, your address, and you have 3 minutes to address us.
Yes, Bob Alves, 55 Perkins Street, a member of the Waterways Board. I'm in favor of the increases. We did our homework just locally. I mean, we did our homework in terms of all the fee increases throughout New England. We compared our prices and our fees with other harbors throughout New England. But in regards to I4C2, you know, just to compare apples to apples, the state fish pier charges somewhere close to $12 a foot. Roses, $12 a foot. But the quid pro quo is, you know, Frankie expects you to haul there, expects you to fuel there, expects you to use and buy parts there. Rocky Neck, Donnie King over there, it's $12 a foot. Beacon Marine, I think it's $20 a foot. And as Phil noted, there's never been a fee increase. So we're asking to go from 4 to 8, but at 8, we're still basically subsidizing. The point about the docks and the ill repair, absolutely, these docks need to be repaired, but there's no money. The crane alone is going to cost somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000 to repair the crane or to buy a brand new crane. Who's going to pay for that? Do we assess the fishermen at I4C2? No, but I'm absolutely in favor. I think it's a win-win-win situation. The docks need to be repaired. The crane needs to be repaired, and going from $4 to $8 compared to what everyone else's charges is more than fair. And I think it's a win-win-win. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Next, we have Steve Douglas. Steve, welcome. And if you would introduce yourself and your address, you have 3 minutes to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Steve Douglas, 1 Daniel Roy Road. I am against the recommendations by the Waterways Board and Harbor Master of limiting the space for vessels to pick up and drop off at Solomon Jacobs Town Landing. I just want to state real quickly what I've gotten written out here. My father started this harbor touring business back in 1969 from Rocky Neck. That business grew to its infancy to what it is today and more. He connected modern day transportation for residents and tourists alike to downtown. Gloucester, as you know, is the oldest seaport in America, a designated fishing port. Present day tourism has grown and fishing is a way of life. These industries make the town special. When this discussion of changing up the usage of various precious town landings in our fair port, the harbor master addressed this proposal by me and stated, Steve, I'm going to do my best to save the water shuttle service at Solomon Jacobs parking lot landing. I said, okay. A month later, planning with the Waterways Board and their direction for future usage, he approached me again and said, Steve, I'm sorry. The board has decided to restrict usage at the Harbor Loop facility. I said, okay. I paused, retreated, and then did some research. My discovery found that the Department of Marine Fisheries funded the facility down there by percentages for recreational and transient boaters, but not all of the funding is limited to that. There was additional fundings excuse me, there for funded dockage was for transient and recreational boaters, but there was additional funding for other uses, drop off, pick up, harbor masters, boats, police vessels. Now the Waterways Board wants to eliminate any usage by others. The board is proposing to create for the water shuttle a hawker's permit for the service, and I applaud that, but it's really not the ultimate solution with others being concerned. One of the solutions to this situation is a bigger picture. Once this facility is eliminated by the public, its usage is gone forever. If they take it away, it's gone forever. It'll never come back. I'm sorry.
You have about 10 more seconds because
Okay, so real quickly, the Solomon Jacobs Park is the best navigable, safest, and deep water town landing that's most appropriate for the all uses of mariners in Gloucester and from out of town. So I just oppose to the regulations that that they're citing for the usage at Solomon Jacobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next, we have Jesse Amira. Would you introduce yourself and your address? And you have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jesse Amaro. I'm at 14 LaRose Ave. I did just want to come out in opposition to the recommendation that the town landing become no commercial use. I don't think it's good for business in Gloucester. I think it could hurt small businesses. Really, you know, they tie up there for very short amounts of time, just picking up and dropping off. I feel like this issue has been conflated with the issue of the increase in dock parking, you know, and it just feels like two separate issues to me. So I don't know if, you know, the conflation here has caused some issues with me and maybe some other people, that these have all kind of been tied together. That's all I have.
Thank you. Final hand is Alana Williamson Doyle. Alana, would you introduce yourself and your address? You have 3 minutes.
Hi, it's Mark Ring from 3 Prospect Street on her computer.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
I've spoken to a few of you, but I just want to follow up with Billy Manise and Doug Jermaine. I've been a tenant at St. Peter since 1997, I believe. And it's in pretty good shape down there, but there hasn't been any repairs done in the time that I've been there. It's a whole different story at I4C2, mostly because of weather and neglect. And to follow up on the point that the Waterways Board was making there, as far as what our rent is and what it should go up to, we would never, ever, those facilities were put aside so we would not have to compete with these private marinas. It's, you said apples and apples, but this is apples and oranges. We were not ever supposed to be competing with private recreational marinas. So I just took 1 year, 2018, and the rent from the two places, if you extrapolate that out, we paid $874,880 roughly, and we don't know where that money went, but it's money that we paid in rent, and it's not just our rent; it's the income that we make that goes back into the city, whether it be repairs, fuel, bait, wages. That all has to be factored into the whole equation. So I can see a raise, but I can't see 100% increase. And I'd like to see a little more transparency in the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And now we have, is it Ginger had her hand up, Joanne? You are muted.
It went up and then, oh, she's up again. It went up and down. Hold on.
Thank you. Ginger, would you introduce yourself and state your address? You have 3 minutes to talk to us. Thanks. You are unmuted, so you can speak. Do you have your volume up? Do you have your volume up, Ginger? Because we can't hear you. If you are, okay, can you try now? Name and address?
She just took her hand down.
Okay. Forrest has a hand up again. I don't know if that is to speak, to allow Ginger to speak. So Forrest, you have, you've already spoken, but is this to allow Ginger to speak?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Ginger, you have the floor.
Sorry about that. I'm Ginger Ratea. I live at 86 Rocky Neck Avenue. I'm the proud owner of the Freaky Tiki of Gloucester. Last year, we did over 90 trips, 20 people on each trip, pretty much roughly. And we brought in a lot of tourism to Gloucester. The Solomon Jacobs Landing is really the only place we can pick up and drop people off. The Cripple Cove wouldn't work. The St. Peter's area could not work for my boat. We've really developed a lot of tourism in the city, and we're getting bookings now for repeat people to come back. And I don't understand how I can just kind of let this business die as a result of my not being able to pick people up and drop them off at the Solomon Jacobs Landing, because there's no other place we can do it. I've made several calls to restaurants. I was willing to try to rent more boat slips from different places, and I can't get anybody to accommodate the boat. And it would really kill my business. And we brought in a lot of tourism last year, and we've got a lot of people calling to repeat and come back this year. So I oppose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ginger. I think that's all for hands, if I'm not mistaken. We currently have 41 attendees, and I don't see any more hands. So the next part of the public hearing is to call for communications, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so I received one communication from the chairman of the Waterways Board, Steve LeBlanc. He'd like me to read this in the record. Councilors, I support all ordinance changes put forth by the Waterways Board. I spoke at the last meeting, and as I said, without the rate increase, we will not be able to update and maintain services. The rate has not been increased for almost 30 years. As for the other ordinance changes, I support it 100%, Steve LeBlanc. And that's the only.
You just muted yourself.
Sorry, that's the only communication that I have on file.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next part of the public hearing is questions from the council. So we're going to start with Councilor Majota. And I'm going to ask Madam Clerk if you would do the timing. We're going to do 2 minutes each for questions. And just once again, as a reminder, you're only charged for the time that you make your question, and you're not charged for the time that there's an answer. So Councilor Majota, you're first to ask questions.
Okay, I guess my question is regarding the size of the boat where with the pier where the tiki people were talking about, if they were unable to sort of use that dock and not anything else, would they just be out of business? So what are the ramifications of them actually using that dock and like for daily use? How does that affect the dock itself?
TJ, would you like to address that?
Yeah, so it's not just the Freaky Tiki. It's the Freaky Tiki. It's water taxis. It's day boat charter boats. It's day sail boats. It's 15 to 18, user-based commercial entities that are now using this facility. We're only talking about 180 feet of dockage here. We're not talking about a 200 slip marina. We're talking about a small runway of area that is designated inside the designated port area, the only place designated inside our entire DPA where this kind of activity is authorized. The rest of the entire harbor on this side of town is designated commercial. So we're talking about a very small entity here. There's multiple people using it. If it was just the Freaky Tiki, if it was just a water taxi, if it was just a day sail charter boat, that wouldn't be an issue, but it's been completely overrun by people running businesses out of a city facility. I had a hot wash with my folks that work for me. We do have an end of the season meeting every year. The number one thing that they challenged me to remediate, to fix was the usage of Solomon Jacobs dockage. This facility didn't even exist prior to 2016. So it's not like this is something that's been going on for 100 years and is all of a sudden being kind of stripped. And again, it was never a huge issue because there was only a few commercial users using it. Now that there's numerous users using it to the point where people are coming to our office in Discover Gloucester asking where so-and-so Charters is because they're listing 19 Harbor Loop as their business address. We even have some mail showing up for charter boats because how Google does their business stuff and where people are picking up and dropping off. Now we have mail coming to the office for private businesses. So, you know, it's an over usage of the facility, and it's not the intended usage of the facility. The intended usage of the facility was a grant that was inspired through the boating infrastructure grant that was awarded. And as Mr. Douglas stated earlier, he's correct that the facility was funded for transient recreational use. Other use was authorized on a small portion of the float so long as it doesn't interfere with its intended use. The intended use was for transient recreational purposes only. Again, this is the only spot in the whole harbor where this can happen. And it's very, very busy with the attendees that use it, and has gained more and more popularity by locals as well as transients. I mean, a lot of people that live all over town, this is an access point. It's the only place you can tie up a recreational boat anywhere in Gloucester downtown for an extended period of time and go to enjoy restaurants and get drinks and shop or whatever you may want to do by tying up in town. So unfortunately, it's not just one business. If it was, we probably wouldn't be sitting here. It's just a plethora of businesses that have overrun it and it's not being used as its intended use. Not to mention, this is a very small area we're talking about. We're running two launch boats out of there this year. We have multiple harbor master boats out of there. We have a police boat out of there. We have Maritime Gloucester right next door running pump out service. This is all happening on a very small little footprint. So to add just a tremendous amount of commercial pressure on this facility, trash, public bathrooms, so on and so forth, with, again, we're a user-based program here, and that's not what the facility was intended for. So unfortunately, as the manager of this facility and as the harbor master, you know, be it as it may, I have to come up with a management scheme for this facility. And you know, we have the grant. The grant was applied for and awarded based on its intended use, and that's not what's happening. So I do want to clear up one thing about it, since we are on the landing itself. A water taxi, water shuttle business, as Steve spoke about earlier, is what the administration, the Waterways Board, and myself have come up with as the other use, so long as it doesn't interfere with intended use. And that's the language you have before you tonight, that a water taxi shuttle business, not Steve Douglas's specific business, but a water taxi shuttle business will have the opportunity to bid on an RFP and use the facility. So we are not disallowing that use. In our little bit of leeway that the city actually has, we've decided that that's the most beneficial to the most people. So hopefully that clears it up.
Yes, and that is my only question. So I don't need the rest of my 1 minute and 55 seconds.
All right, you have. Thank you, Counselor. Next up for question is Counselor Memard.
Okay, I'm going to follow up a little bit on Counselor Majota's question and what Ginger and Forrest Turner raised, and also what Steve Douglas has talked about. You know, TJ, I think you're managing a great facility within the limitations that we have, and this is part of the price of success for all of us, is coping with these kinds of constraints and demands. It's not necessarily within the city's jurisdiction and your bailiwick, but what other alternatives are available for the other vessels, the other commercial enterprises that you're talking about having to turn away to accommodate the uses that you believe are legally included in what you need to offer there?
So this does not affect any other public landings in town. The captain spoke earlier that he can't navigate the boat into certain public landings, or other places don't have parking, so on and so forth. I can't speak to his skills or the boat. I've never driven it. I just don't know. I do know that there's other boats that use our other landings and have for a long time, much before I got here. We don't have any parking at our office. People are parking on Harbor Loop or parking over to I-4C2 perhaps and walking over. But we're not limiting any other, we're not limiting, it's already in the ordinance that these types of activities are authorized at other public landings. Believe it or not, Solomon Jacobs actually isn't even listed as a public landing on our public landings list. And again, this facility didn't even exist before 2016. So and there's also the private entity. I mean, I'm sympathetic. I used to run charters myself. I understand that, but I also understand that, I don't think people should be solely running businesses out of city infrastructure that especially that isn't its intended use. So we also did get a legal opinion on this. This went before DMF, Marine Fisheries, who was the awarder of the grant. They are in conjunction. They believe that this is the right adaptation, that this ordinance, they've reviewed it. Our legal department has reviewed it. And again, as an overall manager of the facility, this is the number one thing I was challenged with fixing, because it gets chaotic down there to the point where on Saturday morning, there's people yelling and screaming and arguing with each other over who's up next to pick up, 50 or 60 passengers at a time, which some are, have a physical disability. Some are just a little bit older and slower. It takes time, and it's a busy area. It's also was a giant liability standpoint of people coming off of day boat charter boats after drinking alcohol, after partying for the day. Some of these boats are pickup drop-off party boats. We had 2 insurance claims against our marine liability policy last year that ended up coming off of commercial type charter boats. So there's a lot going on here. This isn't a willy-nilly, I don't want to see, or my people don't want to see anybody using this, but we have to use it for its intended use, and I have to manage it. And again, this is just such a small little area we're talking about. We're not talking about a 200 slip marina here. So there's private use. I mean, people run charters. There's dozens and dozens of charter boats in town, and they've all managed to stay alive for a long time before this facility was there. So people are using private entities, and I think that the private entities will remain, and those businesses will stay alive. I can't answer it much more outside of that scope. So.
That's great. Now, the second question really goes in the other direction, and that's the needs of the commercial fishermen that we've heard from very clearly. I guess the part of the equation that I'm not hearing from you is the route to addressing the maintenance and deferred maintenance and poor condition, safety and unreliability of I-4C2 and to a certain extent St. Peter's, and your commitment within your budget, which you manage very closely and tightly, to take the resources that these rents are providing to you to address the issues of the 2 winches and of the condition of the electrical and of the docks themselves. I-4C2 does take a beating because of its exposure, rather than St. Peter's, which takes much less. But the fishermen, if they're being asked to pay substantially more, whether or not they were getting a discount before, what can you promise to them in terms of what you're going to give them in return? What commitment can you make to updating the facilities and keeping them maintained?
Okay, great questions. I'm not going to disagree with anything any of the commercial guys said tonight at all. Yes, it's 100% increase. Yes, it hasn't been increased since pretty much inception. Are the facilities in bad shape? Yes. Maintenance, as far as we're a little beyond, these facilities are almost 30 years old. General life expectancy of docks, 18 to 20-ish years. We're well past that. You add a commercial entity onto that. That's commercial entity is much more wear and tear than recreational use, of course, dragging traps, bigger boats, less fenders, so on and so forth. They're past their life expectancy for sure. We are on a what I call a fix as you go. If something is fixed and they let us know, we address it to the best of our ability. Right now, the winch is down at I-4C2. I've probably had 100 phone calls and emails. I'm doing everything I can to get this thing fixed. Lead times are ridiculous. I think I got it down to 6 weeks, and we've come up with an alternative. That's going to be an $18,000 repair ish by itself. That's about the rent for the year for that one facility. You add marina liability policies on that. A good portion of it is our commercial marinas. It doesn't leave a lot left to do a lot of things. As far as like docks and we're past the repair, we're at the replace stage. St. Peter's is currently under I don't call it a feasibility study, but it's really a design and permitting phase to fix the harbor walk, look at the landing, and look at a possible reconfiguration / replace the infrastructure down there. We also have a major electrical problem down there right now, not on the docks, but going from the street to the docks. The early numbers are coming back at 25,000 to replace the electrical services that feeds those. There's just not a lot of meat left on the bone here at the end of the day. But I don't disagree with anything that they're saying. But we if something's broke, we'll fix it. If we don't know about it, you need to let us know about it. We walk the docks from time to time. We have a steward, if you will, that helps out with maintenance down at I-4C2. He's kind of our boots on the ground guy. That situation was put in place well before I was here. He's a tenant, and he does a lot of the maintenance for us. We buy the parts. He does the maintenance on certain things. But they're old. They're old facilities. At some point, we'll probably be before you guys with either acceptance of a Seaport Economic Grant or some kind of loan order or some kind of combination of both. And we need to have some revenue to pay for that in the future. This can's been kicked down the road for a long time. They're heavily used and heavily exposed areas, and they're past their life expectancy. But that's in the interim, if something's broke, let us know, and I'll do everything I can to fix it. Most of these guys know me. They have my personal cell phone number. A lot of them call me on that and discuss these kinds of things, which is totally fine. And if they want to see something happen, we'll make it happen. But as far as, docks being shaken apart and, all the holes where the rods go through are all hollowed out over the years, they're just old. Nothing lasts that long, but nothing stays that price either for that long. So I get both sides of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Council Memard? No. Okay, next up is Council Nolan. Questions?
Thank you, Madam President. TJ, Scott has asked a lot of the questions I had. Frank started it off as well. I'm a little curious to one of the quotes during the comments of the $874,000 a year you collect in rent from, I believe there's 24 slots between the two marinas.
Yeah, I don't know what that number was pertaining to. I thought he said 2018, but I want to say he's probably talking about since inception, but I can't speak to that. I just these were only turned over to the Waterways Department about 15-ish years ago. Before that, they're a part of the community development. Before that, they're a part of another entity I'm drawing a blank on right now, Gloucester Redevelopment. I don't know what the initial agreements or funding were for these 30 years ago. I don't even think they belonged to the city upon inception, but they were transferred later. I just know what it cost and what it will cost in the future to upgrade these facilities and get them back to the working order that they should be in. Again, I don't disagree with anything that they've said as far as the condition of them, but that's where we're moving for the future. So.
Excellent. And then again, you guys are an enterprise fund, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you get to account for your expenses and your maintenance throughout fees. And if you can't cover your expenses and your maintenance on the fees that you're currently having, the only recourse you have is to raise fees on particular items or to not operate that part of the enterprise fund.
Correct. Or ask for a subsidization from the general fund, but we try not to do that because this is a user-based fee. I don't think it's fair for people that don't own boats or don't own or do anything on the water that live on whatever street to be paying for boaters' expenses. So I try to do my due diligence as the harbor master and as a department head and as an overall manager of a budget to try to keep things in line with that budget. I mean, our costs are absolutely through the roof. Everything in the marine industry is 2x what it is on the street, period. That's just the way it is. That's the way it's always has been. Barrel of chain was $1,100 for half-inch long leaf domestic. It's almost $2,300 now. I mean, we're getting killed across the board. Salaries for temp and part-time personnel, health insurance costs, that all comes out of the enterprise fund. So it's very challenging. It's almost like a business, but we don't have to be really for profit. We don't have to pay out dividends to CEOs at the end of the year, and I'm not getting bonused out. So all this money that we collect goes back into the waterway, or into some kind of asset or some kind of piece of life-saving equipment or dredging or whatever the case may be. So we do like to have some retained earnings at the end of the year to further expand, what the services that we're providing. We have money left over. I come before you folks. I ask you to use it, and we put it right back into infrastructure, waterways, or maintenance, or keep it for a rainy day fund for an emergency. So that's kind of how we're operating down here. I don't think a lot of people from the public understand that, but that's really what we're up against. So
Excellent. Thank you for that. And there's a lot of tough decisions you guys made. So basically, on an enterprise fund, if you equate it to like your water bill, which is also enterprise fund, there's costs associated with proper drinking water and water usage and repairs and maintenance and installation of new pipes. That cost is divvied up upon the water users. So as an enterprise fund, you're also user-based, like you said. So if people are using this, it shouldn't burden anybody else that's not using the services. And that's where the fee increases come into play, is to operate what you are trying to do, correct?
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
Council Nolan, you all set? So next up is Council O'Hara. Any questions?
Thank you. Yes. TJ, thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for your efforts
yes,
for
sir.
the city. How long have you been harbor master?
So it's going on my 6th season here.
Sure. Thank
you.
you.
So about 5 years.
Excellent. And it is, I think Mr. Ring had mentioned, I think he was referring to an aggregate amount of 847,000, I think, extrapolated using 2018 dollars. So obviously the city's collected rentals from the tenants. And I'm not disagreeing. I'm a business owner, as many of us here on the board are, and we know that costs have just gone through the roof. Labor has gone through the roof. But in reality, to hit somebody up with 100% increase in anything, you show up at the gas pump, it's $4 a gallon. The next day it's $8. It's kind of the sticker shock. That's what we as councilors here, and I think our constituents, who are the customers, are concerned about. Dealing with down at Harbor Loop, we're talking 2 months a year. July, August is your busy time. Is that correct? Would you say?
No, I would say Memorial Day weekend or Columbus Day weekend. So end of May to mid-October is our busy time.
Sure. Yep. Thank you. Do you have a dock master at all during the busy time?
We have a dock master on the weekends. Correct. We do now. It's gotten so I initially didn't. As things progress, then we have to adapt. That's why I'm here tonight. But yes, I have a dock master on now on weekends and holidays. Correct.
Sure. And what does that person do? What is that person's responsibility?
This person's responsibility is for people. He assists with people. It's a first come first serve facility. We don't take reservations. It's temporary tie up, 4 hours, maximum tie up. that person helps organize people coming, people going, assists with people tying up, answers questions, shows people the facilities, bathrooms, answers radio communications and calls from transient boaters, stuff like that.
Sure. So would that dock master move boaters along, even the, Freaky Tiki, Captain Douglas's boats to, keep the dock space open?
He tries to, but that's not always necessarily the case. They have the right to tie up for 4 hours at a time. Again, it's not just Freaky Tiki and Steve Douglas's pickup drop-off situation. There's headboat charter boats, numerous ones that tie up there and use up the allotted amount of time for their paying customers and go to restaurants and go sit at the bar at Declan's and do other stuff that we end up having to chase them down and get them out of there, tie up boats where they're not supposed to, and so on and so forth. So it's not that simple as moving people along when you're loading. I think Ginger said that they do like 11. I don't know what her numbers were, but it was a lot of people. To move that many people per day takes a long time.
How many of your own vessels do you?
Can I just interrupt just for a second? I'm sorry. We'll give you back your time. But for those members of the public that are raising their hands, the public part of this public hearing is over. So I just wanted to let you know that. So continue, Council O'Hara.
Terrific. Thank you. TJ, how many vessels does a harbor master dock at Harbor Loop?
Well, there'll be 2 launches, a work boat, so that's 3, 2 patrol boats, 4, 5, a pump out boat, 6, and a police Gloucester police boat, 7 boats. Yeah, and the Shellfish Constable's skiff, so 8 total.
Terrific. Obviously, they take up valuable dockage space.
Correct.
Is there any other location that you, during the busy time, that you can dock it for, obviously open up dockage space, also to possibly help other parts of the city?
No. Nope, that's our facility. That's where we're at. There is no other spot for us to go. There's nowhere else.
No other public place that you can tie to?
No. Nope. No. Unfortunately, I wish the city had a lot more usable space, but we just don't. We're all sharing a very small little area down there. So that's how it operates.
Sure. So at I4C2, what is the immediate concerns? Obviously, they get hit with winds differently than St. Peter's.
Yes. Well, this is a much broader conversation of what the overall use is going to be long term at I4C2. There's seawall issues. There's harbor walk issues. There's electrical issues that stem to other parts of the city. But right now, the number one concern is the crane in Davit, and that's being addressed. We're gonna get this going temporarily, but you all will see me in front of you for some retained earnings expenditures at BNF here, which the Waterways Board has already voted unanimously on to expend to get this repair expedited. But we're going to take it out of our budget now to get the order process going, because I really want to get that back in place for the upcoming lobstering season. It's my number one priority there.
Councilor O'Hara, Madam Clerk has given me the signal that you've exceeded your 2 minutes. So we'd like to continue with Councilor O'Neill. You're next.
Thank you. TJ, I wasn't fast enough to write down how many boats you have at the Harbor Master's dock. 2 launch boats, 2 police boats. How many Harbor Master boats?
No, so 2 launch boats,
Yep.
2 Harbor Master boats, a
Yep.
pump out boat that conducts pump outs for the Clean Vessel Grant.
Yep.
The Gloucester Police boat,
One
Shellfish
or
Constable's skiff, 1 police boat. There's 8
Okay.
boats total. And a work boat. Work
Right.
skiff. It's like a 20-foot Carolina skiff.
So that's 8 boats?
Total, yeah, correct.
Okay. So regarding the increase, presently they're paying $4 a foot, right? And
Correct.
are they mostly 40-foot ramps or floats? I apologize, I don't have a boat.
No, that's okay.
So-
Don't worry about it. We have 30s, 35s, and 40-foot slips.
Okay.
The commercial rate is a little different. You pay for the slip size, not the boat size. So if you have a
Right.
if you're in a 30-foot slip and you have a 25-foot boat, you do pay for the 30-foot slip length.
Right.
So that's how that works. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
That's okay. So how many boats are down there? How many? What do I bring in? What is the revenue?
There's 12 boats in each. There's 12 boats in each marina.
Yep.
We roughly run a right around the $40,000 ish mark a year for rent.
Okay. Okay. So.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. About right around 40,000.
Okay. So I calculated 25 boats. I came up with 48, but because I don't know. So
yeah,
you.
Sure. Well, there's some boats are different size and some slips are different. So
we're
right around 40.
Right. So we're looking to make $40,000 more from the rentals, right? So
Correct.
we're looking to double the 40 to make it 80, right?
Somewhere in that vicinity.
Yeah. Okay. So transient boats could tie up for 4 hours. How many trips? So. Okay. Hold on. Was there a feasibility study done on St. Peter's Park?
No, well, currently right now there's a design and permitting / feasibility study that's being started. It's in its very infancy. The money was earmarked through community development, and is being worked with GZ. Mike Hale, the DPW director, is the lead on this, and I guess I'd be his co-partner on the job. It's not just the commercial docks. That's only part of it. It's the harbor walk, it's the parking lot, it's the seawall, it's a beautification of the area. It's the public landing as well, potential reconfiguration to expand. It's all of it. That's started. I would expect, and I don't want to talk to the specifics because I just don't know, but generally speaking, once we go through design and permitting, then I would assume that the city would apply for a Seaport Economic Grant after we have all our ducks in a row and say, this is what we want to do and here's how it's going to benefit. Then we would probably apply for Seaport Economic money and maybe other pools of money that are out there that I'm not aware of through community development. That's kind of how that goes. I would have to say it's probably 15 to 18 month process. So
okay, and it's in its infancy stages.
Yes, very infancy stages. The engineering architect firm was just hired, if you will.
And who is that?
GZA Environmental, and
Okay.
a gentleman by the name of David Smith, who has done a tremendous amount of work in Gloucester and really knows our needs in our area. And he's done the Magnolia Pier project. He's done the seawall project down the boulevard. He's doing the seawall project over at in the Blooming Canal right now. He's working in Cape Ann Marina's private project. He's pretty local to Gloucester, or pretty knowledgeable to Gloucester. He's done a lot of projects. Also did the facility at Solomon's Jacobs. He was our engineer and architect designer on that as well.
Okay.
So he's done a lot of work here. So I'm very confident in his ability. And he has institutional knowledge, which is always nice because he was probably around when some of the stuff was first in inception.
Okay. What is the percentage of payroll increases between last year and this year for your department? Do you know that?
Payroll increases?
Yeah, because you've added personnel, correct?
Yeah, we've added some launch operators and one assistant harbor master. They're all part-time, some are seasonal. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I'd probably say maybe around 10 grand, maybe 15.
Okay.
But don't hold me to that number because I don't, none of that's been extrapolated out, and this is our first year. I don't know how, the schedules are going to work and stuff like that quite yet.
So do you know the percentage of that, what that would be of your payroll? So it was just a launch
In
driver?
temp salary personnel, probably 10%.
Okay. And how many assistant harbor masters are there?
There's 11. These are all part-time personnel though, besides myself and Chad.
Okay.
And
So 11
some true seasonal. Yeah.
All right, 11 part-time, okay. And
So the department generally, during the, the
Yep.
full-time personnel are me and Chad. So if you got to take us out of that.
all right, yeah. So another question is, are the employees paid out of the enterprise fund, or is that?
Yes.
Everybody,
Yes.
you and Chad and all the?
Every single thing we do is paid out of the enterprise fund, including the rent of the building that we sit in. And property taxes for that fact, because we don't own the building. It's a triple net lease. And we actually pay property tax back to the city of Gloucester out of the enterprise fund. So every single thing is paid out of the enterprise fund, down to taxes to the city in which we serve.
All persons, all taxes, okay. And everything, all right.
Mhm.
Okay, so. Hold on. How long has the hoist been down at I-4C2?
I would say about a little over a month now, maybe 45 days.
Oh, okay, I thought it was longer.
No. There might have been some, it's broken down a couple times in the last year, but we fixed it pretty much right away at availability of parts and an electrician. I mean, we get right on this. We have a really good electrician that we use, and I call him, the guy shows up like a half an hour later most of the time. I mean, we're really fortunate with that. We use a lot of outside contractors, and he's a local guy. Cranston Electric. Can't say enough good stuff about him.
Good.
Neil, we're getting the signal from Madam Clerk that you've exceeded your 2 minutes.
Can I ask one more question?
Can we return to you with a second round? So let's continue to share the floor, and then we'll get back for a second round. Next is Council Worthley.
Thank you. Is it 2 minutes or 3 minutes for questions this round? Two.
We said 2 because we've got a lot going on tonight.
All right. TJ, first of all, I'm sure you feel like there's some criticism or you're coming under attack. That's not, I think, anybody's intention here. Not all of us spend a lot of time on the water. What's that? We don't spend much time.
Everyone's got a job to do, Counselor.
Right. It's a very important department, and it's a very important industry. So I don't think that there's any reason to be concerned. We're going to continue to ask questions. My question, a couple of them. Do you have a ballpark number as to what the real cost would be to bring all of these landings and docks up to speed to be the level that you think that we should and can have?
So to replace the dockage without, conducting a piling study to see the percentage that the pilings are left, which requires divers and expensive equipment below the mud line, which is the hot area for pilings, without getting into all that stuff. But to say you'd have to replace half of the pilings per se, and all the docks, electrical services gangway for both facilities, under a bid process with prevailing wages, millions, in the millions.
Okay, and where would that money come from?
Probably $1 million, I bet, or more.
Where would that money come from if we were to do that?
Well, we could apply for some money from Seaport Economic, which we've been very successful. City of Gloucester, prior community development director, who's now our CAO, and myself worked on a project together, which is the Harbor Master building, and she was very successful at Seaport. There's been a variety of other Seaport projects that have been very successful in the city. We usually do pretty well there. We could get a good amount of money from that. There is a match to that. The match would have to come out of the Waterways Enterprise Fund or a loan order that the debt would have to be serviced by the Waterways Enterprise Fund.
Does the Waterways Enterprise Fund have any outstanding loans right now that you're paying or that the city is paying through the Waterways Board?
None that have taken effect yet. We had one for a new patrol boat, but that was in the interim. I received a grant from Homeland Security that paid for 75% of that. And then we repurposed some of that loan order money to buy a new launch. And you guys all know the story with that. So
I mean, I'm very empathetic to the needs, and people feel like the docks and the landings aren't providing the service that they need. I know you are, and you're working with a very limited budget, and I think you manage it really well. But if we were to provide the service that people want, we can't do it just from the fees that are collected from the Waterways Board. It would have to be loan authorizations. The Waterways Board can request administration to request loans, right? That then are serviced through your department.
Correct.
Okay. So of the fee increases that you're proposing, what amount of that money would go back to servicing some of these docks?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just I don't want to get just hung up on this one specific commercial entity piece. There's numerous other public landings in Gloucester, and a lot of them are very old. And we've done throughout the last 5 years is try to update and replace a lot of these landings and hoop pile guides and chain that hold them and moorings and storm damage. I mean, we've been battered with storm damage on city infrastructure, which has sucked up a good portion of money. I was just before budget and finance for about $16,000 from storm damage that was right before Christmas. City, we're not insured for that kind of stuff. We're insured for liability. City's not insured for those kind of things. So it all ends up coming right out of our department and our budget. And we're talking about millions and millions of dollars in waterfront infrastructure here, with not millions and millions of dollars to service it. So it's a lot of money spread thin. And I got to pick and choose as the manager of these facilities to figure out which one needs the most work and is going to impact the most people. And that's kind of how I do it. We've been picking one public landing a year to address. A couple of years ago, it was Lanes Cove with a boat ramp and a new dock and gangway connections down at Lanes Cove. This year it was Cripple Cove. This spring will probably be Annisquam, Footbridge. So it's spread out. Not to mention equipment, very, very expensive. Outboards are very, very expensive. Once you look at our budget and look at personnel and pay and health insurances and all that stuff, there's not a lot of money left to service millions of dollars in infrastructure. There just isn't. So
that's helpful. We talked about the Gloucester Redevelopment Authority and the different stages the community development owns some of this property. Why would you suggest prior councils and prior waterways boards haven't done incremental increases over the years to help sustain the infrastructure here?
Well, I think some of, I can't speak to what prior people did, administrations, waterways boards, councils. Incremental increases is always the way to go. I'm the last. I hate increases. I just got my tax bill. I didn't like that increase either, or my water and store bill, or any of the other bills that I get that have all been increased substantially over the last year. Never mind 15. But incremental increases are should it happen. I think that the commercial entity of this is always a politically hot topic. Of course, we are a fishing community. It's our roots. I understand it, and again, I don't disagree with really anything that these guys have said so far. 100% increase is a sticker shock for sure. These are fees that are proposed and vetted through the Waterways Board and brought forth, and you get to see my face to present them. So. As the Waterways Board doesn't present, the department head does. But, I'm not really sure why there hasn't been, but I don't think anything should go 25 or 30 years without being increased, and then you have a sticker shock. So I agree with that, but I don't know why it hasn't been done. But I know that I've taken a hard look at this stuff. When I started this job in 2016, I had a deficit because they had just signed a rental agreement for 50 years at our current facility. So we battled out of that and have been able to have a surplus and increase, but that's not just from fee increases. That's from user increases and transient moorings and bringing in tourism and a whole bunch of other stuff. So
It's too bad we couldn't have a way to have a lesser sticker shock and then have an incremental automatic, cost of living adjustment kind of increase. I know that can't happen through this process. But the challenge is we want to be supportive of the fishing industry and don't want to hit them with more fees. And we also want to provide the infrastructure that costs a lot more money. And just like the city enterprise funds are run like a business, they are too. And so it's not an easy, where does money going to come from? I think the Seaport Bond Bill and Seaport Bond Council should be the right place. Okay.
Continue with questions because we have just.
Sorry. One more question for now. I believe the Budget and Finance Committee and the council voted for some new hoist at St. Peter's, and that was probably about 6-8 months ago. Or I think maybe it was a study.
There was some discussion about it, but we're in the replacement phase now. So you're on the Budget and Finance Committee, so you'll see me at the next Budget and Finance Committee. But we're going to take care of this in-house now and try to backfill because we can't wait. The lead times on this stuff is so long. I mean, I got people telling me 8 months to get one of these things. So I think I got it down to 6 to 8 weeks. And we're going to try to pull the trigger on that as soon as possible. It is over a $10,000 threshold. So I have to have some conversations about bidding and what is an emergency repair and so on and so forth. It's not such an easy process as it is if we're a private entity and say it's broke, here's the money, go fix it. It just doesn't work like that in municipal government. So
thanks. One more question on when I voted for this at the Ordinance Administration Committee, I was sitting in for a counselor. I thought we had addressed the provision for a taxi or water service function. So can you just speak to that? And
yes,
I think my time's up.
I think Mr. Douglas spoke about that earlier. What he is saying does pertain to his business. And what we do have a provision through an RFP process to have a water taxi continue to use that area at my designation through an RFP and a hawkers and vendors, ordinance that pertains to Solomon Jacobs. So a water taxi business will be able to continue to operate and thrive out of that current location.
Okay. If we have a second round of questions, I may have some more, but thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next is Councilor Gross.
TJ, was there any damage last year when the commercial boats were using the facility? Damage to the docks?
Yes.
Significant, insignificant?
Pretty significant. Pretty significant. In the thousands of dollars, over $5,000.
And I mean, I think I don't know if everybody's grasping the point that this has an intended use of recreational transient boats that can't be interfered with. And if it does start getting interfered with, and if a lawyer from or who knows, a state representative comes in and says, hey, I couldn't do this stuff, what are you doing? Go yank the money back. There is that exposure that we have. I just want to make sure people understand that
it can jeopardize future funding as well.
Yes, it can. Yeah. Now, if you did, the question came up about dockage elsewhere. Now, if you moved a boat from Solomon Jacobs, which on your side is completely dedicated to law enforcement, which is allowed in DPA. So it's a completely different use. No grant money was used as Seaport bond money, but no big grant money was used for that. So the enforcement boats, yours, the shellfish, and the police boats are not taking away any of the dockage space that's available anywhere else. But if you did relocate at another one of the town landings, you'd just be taking up space for boats there too.
Correct. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul situation.
Yeah, and the hoist is at I-4C too. There is no hoist at St. Peter's. That
correct
became, and if it does get reconfigured, there may be space that a hoist could go in, but you're so limited in there trying to fit in a public landing along with the commercial that it's really hard to find a space that's attached to land that thing could be based on.
Correct.
So it is difficult, and you know, there's got to be a certain amount of, when you do spend the money on the facility, then what happens to the fee structure? So, you know, that's got to be a consideration. You did clear up that it was about $20,000 per marina.
Correct.
So that was good, and that's you know, really that's about all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. And next is Councilor Grow.
I love almost going last. Very quickly, I want to talk about the dedicated vendor space. Can you run through where that's going to be? Will that space be dedicated and open for the winner of that particular RFP? And if that's the case, could more than one entity share that with the other? Could they do a joint proposal if the space is going to be open for use?
So because the space is all one long length of dock, the long and the short is no. And there's wording that the exact area could change day to day. For instance, if you have a 60-foot boat come in to the dock and tie up as intended use, he may be taking up that one particular space that a 20-foot boat wouldn't. So it guarantees a spot, but it doesn't guarantee an exact spot. And there's wording in the language, there's wording in the ordinance that delineates it down to the harbor master, which I will then, give to the dock master and so on and so forth under the authority of the ordinance. It just guarantees you a spot, doesn't guarantee you a specific spot, because there's too much variable in locking down one specific area.
And does that mean that anytime the water taxi pulls up, they have a dedicated spot? I mean, not a dedicated spot, but a spot they can guarantee themselves a spot to pull in.
Correct.
So if you end up having more recreational boats than there is space, what happens to the agreement with the water taxi?
Well, we have a dedicated area for the launch to pick up and drop off. So that would be shared with the water taxi in conjunction, because those boats are coming and going all the time in that one area. That's what's intended to have happen in that specific situation.
All right. I'm just wondering if there isn't a way to kind of find a way to cooperate amongst the various.
I really wish there was. And this has been round robin a lot of times by my whole staff. And there really isn't, there really is no great answer to that. Counselor, it's just we're trying to do the best we can with the very limited area we have. And I just want to point out one other quick thing here. The only reason why we can have this area for transient or recreational tie-up for locals or not locals in this vicinity is because we take up the majority of the requirement for the designated port area. That's why CZM granted us the authority to be able to have this one area for this specific entity. Again, it's the only entity, our only area in our whole harbor that you're allowed to do this. So
I get it. Okay. I want to get over to the docking fees, because we keep getting the number 100% increase, which of course always sounds pretty awful. But what we're talking about is $4 to $8. And that's basically, if I'm right, you've got 30 foot, 35 foot and 40 foot dock spaces, slips, correct? So you're talking
correct.
120, 140, 160 a month currently.
Correct.
And we're talking
roughly
about raising those to 240, 280, and 320 roughly.
Correct.
As a monthly rental expense. Who's determined who gets a slip there? What's the turnover?
So the slips are on a wait list, just like a mooring, but there's a commercial wait list. And when one is given up, it goes to the next person on the list, so long as their boat will fit. If you have a 40-foot boat and I offer you a 20-foot spot, obviously that's not going to work. So we'll go to the next person on the list.
And you can have that slip as long as you own the boat and maintain.
You can have that slip as long as you conform to the requirements in the lease, which is you have to have a marina liability. You have to have your own insurance as well. We have liability insurance. But you have to have the city as additionally insured. You have to show proof of landings. which shows that you're actually fishing. So you're not just like housing a boat down there and not using it for its intended use, which is commercial fishermen. So you have to show proof of landing, some kind of commercial landings. You have to, maintain, you have to follow the rules. You can't be, there's provisions in there. If you violate state or federal law, could be grounds for termination. Like if you're getting all these fisheries infractions because you're keeping short lobsters, city is not going to allow you to tie up at their facility. So there's provisions for that as well. So as long as you keep those rules, and there is a right of survivorship. We have people that pass it down to their kids. We have one family down there that's been there since inception, and now their kid's there, and he'll probably be there another 20 years. So they don't get turned over too often.
So if you
guys retire or die, usually.
Yeah. So if you have a slip, essentially, and you do that, and you maintain that for generations, the next guy that wants to bring his boat and work the harbor has to go to another commercial spot. So he's subject to paying the $9 to $12 that has been referenced. So there is a sense that there's already a kind of a subsidizing of the docking space that you get if you're lucky enough to get a city-owned slot as opposed to a commercial spot.
Correct.
And are these almost all lobster boats down there?
Yeah, there's majority of them are lobster boats. There are some charter head boat guys that do commercially, like haddock fish, like Billy Muniz, who spoke earlier on here. He commercially tuna fishes. He had and I know he commercially haddock fishes and runs charters as well. But he falls into the categories that they're not all lobster boats.
Okay.
I would say probably 75% of them are. And there's some guys that don't fish too much anymore, but they do continue to do some fishing commercially. So it's a kind of a variety. Both facilities are uniquely different. I4C2 does have a davit, does have parking, dedicated parking for the slip individuals and trap storage. And St. Peter's doesn't have a davit or dedicated parking, but does have trap storage. Both have their challenges. St. Peter's is more protected and I4C2 is more exposed. If you added it all up, they're probably pretty similar for dollar. But that's kind of how that works.
I'm probably close to running out of time, but do you have a sense, and I won't blame you if you don't, that what a boat might bring in terms of income in a year?
I have no idea. It depends. Speculatively, I know some years lobster prices are $10 a pound. Sometimes they can barely give them away. The market is they've been on, depends on the fishery. Those guys have kind of been under attack from whales to wind. I totally get that. Lobstering's been a political hot button nationwide. Some years they do really good. Some years they don't. I have no idea what they bring in overall. I guess it probably depends on each individual fisherman. I know some guys that make hundreds of thousands a year, and I know some guys that make thousands a year. It depends on how hard you fish and how many traps and so on and so forth. So I'm not even going to pretend to put a number on it.
Sure, fair enough. But given everything in the cost of fishing and the cost of pots and all that, the docking space seems to me one of the relatively smallest expenses that might be carried by.
I hate to interrupt you, but you're starting to.
I understand. I'm finishing the sentence so we can move on.
Okay.
So that was the question is that seems to be about the smallest expense that one might expense in that kind of a business. Yeah.
I don't want to pretend like I know the cost of commercially fish, because I really don't. I have speculation on what things cost, but I don't want to put hard numbers on it. So.
Sure.
Are we good? Okay. I'm last for a question. My question, I think, is pretty simple. TJ, are you prepared if these rates get changed tonight for the delay of 31 days in terms of your mailings to all of your clients and customers of all these different parts of this ordinance?
Of course, for the rest of them, we wish to set was sooner because we're upon the season. It will affect budgeting for all intents and purposes for next year, because as all of you know, but for the public, we're in our budget cycle and the city's fiscal year is July 1. But there's a lot of things hanging in the wind here. There's signage, there's all kinds of stuff that's kind of been put on hold. It's not ideal, but we'll work through it, of course. We're already selling boat ramp stickers for the current price. And if it goes up a little bit, then when it takes effect, we'll change all the signing and be ready to go. So not ideal, but we'll get it done.
Okay, I just wanted to check. That concludes my questions. Councilors, we have a lot going on tonight. We still have 4 other public hearings, including one really important one on water betterments. So do you, any of you really need to ask an additional question? Then please raise your hand and I'll ask that you ask it in about 20 seconds. And we really need to keep moving forward. So any hands of someone that might need to ask an additional question? Councilor O'Neill and Councilor O'Hara. Councilor O'Neill, you raised your hand first, so go ahead.
I have more than one question, so I just want to make sure that I understand. I have a couple of questions because I'm not a boater, I'm not a fisherman. I don't do that. So transient boats are at Solomon Jacobs, right? And commercial boats are at St. Peter's and I-4C2, right? Do I have that right?
2 separate entities. One's temporary tie-up for anyone who wants to use it at Solomon Jacobs. St. Peter's and I-4C2 are contract year-to-year tenant slips that only that one person uses.
Okay, so commercial boats can actually tie up at Solomon Jacobs?
No, so the amendment tonight is to keep commercial traffic off of Solomon Jacobs unless otherwise prescribed by the RFP process.
The assistant harbor masters, you have 11. Do you know what the total cost of those harbor masters are? Those assistants? Like,
yeah, it's it differs. The launch so I have a temp salaries budget. That's launch operators, dock masters, you know, any other services rendered out of there. At one point it was janitors. That fluctuates between, you know, $80 and $110,000 a year. And it's not just summertime work. Like I had a half a dozen people working today. I mean, there's all the moorings go in, all the no-wake buoys, all the boat maintenance, all the painting, everything gets done through these guys. Repairs to public landings, so on and so forth. I mean, we do a lot of stuff in-house. We don't contract a lot out if we can help it.
And I still have more questions.
I hate to put a time limit on this, but we have so much business to do right now, and it would be great if you could ask one more question, and we do need to keep this hearing moving forward. We have a lot to do tonight. Okay. I'm looking at section 1055, still there on the increases. 1055H, the annual fee for the seasonal tie-up of dinghies, tenders, vessels less than 12 feet. At designated areas shall be $400. That's up from $100, right? Per year?
Correct.
Okay. And so that would be Lobster Cove, Cripple Cove, Magnolia Pier. Is that correct?
Well, it's currently no tenders on Magnolia Pier. That whole thing's still kind of TBD, but that's Cripple Cove and Lobster Cove. Correct.
Cripple Cove. And that's it though? Anymore?
That's all we have.
Okay.
There's no effect. There's no effect for kayaks, paddle boards, or canoes, or small tenders like in Magnolia. Magnolia Pier doesn't have actual dinghies on it, but there is allowable storage of kayaks, small tenders, and canoes on land. Those fees are not affected. This is in water tie-up only.
Right. Okay. I think that's about all I can do.
Okay, anyone else have one last question, short question, before we move on? Councilor O'Hara.
Thank you. TJ, you mentioned Lanes Cove and Magnolia. Can you move a vessel to either one during the prime season to relieve pressure on Harbor Loop?
So we're not taking up any area that's affected in this ordinance change. As Councilor Gross said before, all the slips that are on the left side of the runway that's in question here for use is its actual use and how it was paid for. And the only reason why we can use part B is because we have boats at part A. We are satisfying the DPA requirement as enforcement of the DPA to allow transient and recreational tie-up. So even if I move boats, it doesn't alleviate anything on section B. The boats have to be there so section B can happen, if that makes sense. So even by moving boats around, which I'm not moving a boat to Lanes Cove, because there's only a small public landing to tie up there. They would be pretty mad if I block that off with a patrol boat, not to mention it's on the other side of town. So it's just not feasible.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
councilors, I'd like to close the public hearing and call for the committee report. Councilor Nolan.
You're muted.
You're muted, Councilor.
On a motion by Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Worthley, the O&A committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the city council amend GCO Chapter 10 Waterways Administration, Section 1-15 penalty for violating certain specified sections of code, Section 11.5 fixed vending site-specific location, 6 by adding new subsection D in the memorandum regarding Dunfudgeon's fee increase proposal as requested and described in the document attached to the Harbor Masters February 21st, 2023 memorandum, with the corrections to section 1052H as noted and section 1054F to read 50 feet or less in length.
Madam President,
You have the floor, Councilor.
I wish to modify the committee report as follows.
Continue.
Amend section 10-50 definitions by inserting COI, shall mean U.S. Coast Guard Certificate of Inspection. Disabled veteran shall mean the same as defined in Mass General Law, Chapter 31, Section 1. Insurance shall mean vessel hull and personal general liability insurance policy. Schedule of fees means any fee schedule or list of fees as periodically adopted by the City of Gloucester on file with the city clerk's office. Transient means travel to single facility for a day use or staying on a mooring for up to 14 days. Vendor in this section shall mean person or persons who for themselves or for another person, firm, corporation provides a service for a fee of transporting passengers on a specified route with predetermined stops. Water taxi shuttles shall mean a passenger vessel under 50 feet overall, 50 feet length overall, providing point-to-point service on a specified route for a fee. Amend section 10-51 regulation of mooring by deleting $50 and inserting $60 and deleting $150 and inserting $350. Amend section 10-52 use of public landings, subsection E, by inserting no person shall use or consume alcoholic beverages or cannabis products on any public landing. Amend subsection H by inserting storage of kayaks and paddle boards as designated areas of public landings shall be $100. Inserting new subsection I, Solomon Jacobs Landing will have a $5 per hour user fee. Amending section 10-53 use of public ramp at Dunfudgeon, subsection A1 by deleting $8 and inserting $10 and subsection A2 by deleting $75 and inserting $100. Amend section 10-54, use of city-owned commercial marinas reserved, by deleting and adding new section 1054, use of boating infrastructure grant-funded transient floats at Solomon Jacobs Landing, in parentheses, floats. A, general use. The floats available for the following uses and purposes and under the prescribed conditions. 1, temporary tie-up of transient recreational vessels. 2, access for transient recreational vessel users to shore facilities. 3, scheduled hours of operation. 4, reasonable and equitable fees for use may be imposed. B, regulations. The Gloucester Waterways Board may promulgate regulations for the use and maintenance of the floats, including fees. C, special uses. Certain uses that do not negatively impact the intended purpose of maintaining public access for transient recreational vehicles may be authorized following approval of the Gloucester Harbor Master, Gloucester Waterways Board, and if need be, the Massachusetts Division of Marine Fisheries. D, permitted uses. The Waterways Board, Harbor Master, and/or Mass Division of Marine Fisheries may permit uses that do not interfere with the intended recreational vessel purposes and provide significant public benefit. The permittee shall adhere to the rules and regulations in Gloucester Code of Ordinance, Section 10, Chapter 10, Section 1052. Failure to follow any of these rules or regulations could be grounds for suspension or revocation of permit. Water taxi, E, water taxi shuttle. The harbor master may, on an annual basis, make available use of the floats to one water taxi shuttle vendor at a location designated by the harbor master or his designee. The water taxi shuttle vendor shall be chosen through the fixed vendor location process set out in Chapter 11, Section 11-50. At Segway, I don't know what that is, ETSEQ. The location on the float may vary depending on the use of the floats at the time of pickup and drop off. Only applicants that meet the following criteria will be considered for the fixed vendor. G, location, 50 feet or less in length overall, have a current U.S. Coast Guard certificate of inspection, are operated by a U.S. Coast Guard licensed operator, and have evidence of hull and general liability insurance. Pickup and drop-off location. Harbor master shall determine the water shuttle's pickup drop-off location on the floats. Harbor master or dock master may from time to time relocate the pickup drop-off location within the facility to reduce interference with the intended purpose of the floats. No entitlement. H, no entitlement. Nothing in this section shall be construed to create a legal entitlement. Any and all licenses shall be issued at the sole discretion of the relevant licensing authority. Use of the floats is a privilege that may be rescinded by the harbor master or his designee. The decision of the harbor master shall be final. Amend by adding new section 10-55. Use of city-owned commercial marinas, subsection A. Commercial marinas known as St. Peter's Commercial Marina and Harbor Cove Commercial Marina shall be charged a fee up to $8 per foot. Vessels that berth at these locations will be charged according to the slip size, not the actual size of the vessel. Tenant shall sign a one-year lease agreement on or before June 1st of each year and strictly adhere to the provisions in the lease. Failure to follow the provisions in the lease will be grounds for termination. Amend reserved sections by striking out 1055 and inserting sections 1056 through 10-79 reserved. Amend by adding new section 1088, commercial pump out, subsection A, commercial vessels or any other vessels not covered under the Clean Vessel Act will be charged $1 per gallon for pump out services. Amend section 1-15, penalties for violation of certain specified sections of code by deleting $100 and inserting $100-$200. Amend section 11-5, fixed vending, site-specific location 6 by inserting subsection Solomon Jacob Landing floats in an area to be designated by the harbor master shall be included as a fixed vending specified site solely for the operation of a water taxi shuttle, which meets the requirements as outlined in Chapter 10, Section 10-54 waterways of the Code of Ordinances, and only available to applicants which meet those requirements. And I so move.
Second.
The committee report has been moved and seconded. In order to more easily discuss each section being amended, I move to divide the question into 9 parts as follows. Section 10-50 definition, section 10-51 regulation of mooring, section 10-52 use of public landing, section 10-53 use of public ramp at Dunfudgeon, section 10-54 use of city-owned commercial marinas reserved. Amend by adding new section 10-55, use of city-owned commercial marinas and amend reserved sections. Amend by adding new section 10-88 commercial pump out. Section 1-15 penalty for violation of certain specified sections of code. Section 11-5 fixed vending site specific location 6, and I so move.
Second.
Gilman moved it and Worthley seconded it. Is there a discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I roll up. Council O'Neill.
Thank you. Does that mean we are going to vote on each section individually?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Majota.
Yes.
Council Memard.
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Gilman. Yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yep.
Yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. So councilors, now we are ready to go through each of the proposed amendments. Madam Clerk, if you could put those up on the screen, that would be great. And we'll start with section 10-50 definitions. Awesome. Council Nolan, being chair of O&A, do you want to read this each one?
Yep, not a problem at all. We'll start with 1, amend by adding the following definitions. For you at home, Tony has read most of this already. We're just going to recap it and go through the changes to make it more upfront. In construing the provisions of this article, the following words shall have the meanings given below unless a contrary intention clearly applies. City waterways means all tidal waters within the boundaries of the city, its harbors, bays, and coves, in the whole of the Annisquam River and its outlets, coves, and bays. In red, COI shall mean United States Coast Guard Certificate of Inspection. Disabled veteran shall mean the same as defined in MGL C-31, Section 1. Harbor Master means a city official duly appointed in conformance with Section 10-20. In red, insurance shall mean vessel hull and personal general liability insurance policy. Mooring means a relative permanent arrangement of an anchor, chain, and a floating buoy to which a vessel may be tied for extended periods. Permittee means the person to whom a permit has been granted for landing or mooring. Public landing means any area including uplands, ramps, floats, wharfs, piers, parking areas, and water that has been set aside by the city for landing of vessels to discharge or take on passenger or supplies, or for the launching of vessels and for public access and recreation as set forth in MGL, Chapter 88, Section 14. Public waters means all waters beyond the mean low water mark. Recreational boater means an individual who owns and or operates a recreational vessel. Recreational vessel means a vessel used for personal, non-commercial enjoyment, recreation, or sport. In red, schedule of fees means any fee scheduled or list of fees as periodically adopted by the City of Gloucester and filed with the city clerk's office. Transit means travel to a single facility for day use or staying on a mooring for up to 14 days. Vendors in this section shall mean person who for themselves or for another person, firm, or corporation provides a service for a fee or transporting passengers on a specified route with a predetermined stops. Water taxi shuttle shall mean a passenger vessel under 50 feet in length, overall providing point-to-point service on a specified route for a fee. Vessel includes ships, boats, steamers, barges, or any other type of watercraft powered or under seal or tow, as well as such floating structures as buoys and rafts. Vessel length for the purpose of determining the amount of the mooring fee means the overall LOA, length of vessel, exclusive of bow spirits, main boom, and boomkins for the purpose of mooring assignments. The term vessel length includes bow spirits, main boom, and boomkins. 2.
Oh, I think you
Amend-
just
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
need to move it. Go ahead.
And I so move.
Second.
Council Nolan has moved the motion and Council O'Hara seconded it. Discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill, Council O'Neill, are you there?
You're on mute.
Council O'Neill, can you unmute yourself?
Yes. Yes,
There you go.
thank you.
Council Worthley,
Yes, I had my hand raised for questions. I don't know if you could see it, but I will be voting yes at this point. Thank you.
thank you. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed for section 10-50 definitions. Next matter, Council Nolan. And I would say, as long as we can see the document, we can visualize it, you can just do your adds or deletes of the red document, just to save time. So we're now on to amending by deleting and adding section 10-51, regulation of mooring. Thank you, Council Nolan.
So number 2, amend by deleting and adding section 1051, regulation of mooring. So with that being said, we're going to jump on through and we're going to strike 50 and add 60. Then we're going to strike 150 and add 350. And I so move.
Second.
Motion was made by Counselor Nolan. It was seconded by, sounded like Counselor O'Hara.
That's correct.
Is there a discussion, counselors? I can't see all of your faces because I'm looking at the screen share. So if anybody has something that they'd like to discuss on this motion or amend. Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor Majota,
Yes.
Councilor Memard,
Yes.
Councilor Nolan,
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara,
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilor Worthley,
Yes.
Councilor Gilman, yes, Councilor Gross,
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed on section 10-51, regulation of mooring. Next order of business, Councilor Nolan.
Would be number 3, amend by adding section 1052, use of public landings, as you see in front of us. And we're going to go into add, no person shall use or consume alcoholic beverages or cannabis products on any public landing. Then we're going to move into H, storage of kayaks and paddle boards as designated areas of public landings shall be $100. Should we have read the fees, the annual fee for the 400 as well as a separate one?
I think you should because that's new. So if you
Yeah,
would just.
so I am gonna
Thank
I
you.
am gonna read fees. The annual fee of a seasonal tie-up of dinghies, tenders, and other auxiliary vessels less than 12 feet in length shall be $400. Storage of kayaks, paddle boards, and designated area of public landings shall be $100. Solomon Jenkins Landing will have a $5 per hour user fee, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made was by Councilor Nolan, and I heard someone other than Councilor Worthley. Who was it?
Councilor O'Hara.
Okay. Councilor O'Hara seconded. Is there a discussion, councilors, on this? Anyone speak up?
Right
Tracy,
here.
Go ahead. Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you. On H, it went from $100 to $400. Is that correct?
Yes.
I just think that's a lot. That's 400% increase. And I just think that's a lot. But does nobody else think that?
Tony, do you have anything to add to that? Seeing that you're on the waterways representing the city council as an expert.
I didn't take part in a lot of these fees purposely, but it because it was coming to us, but it was $50 a few years ago, which was ridiculous. Then it went to $100, which is kind of ridiculous. This is the recreational boating world. This is still a very reasonable amount actually in that world. So, and it helps defray other costs.
It's an annual fee.
Correct. It's an annual fee.
Any other further questions or discussion on this motion? Don't hear anybody. Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor Majota,
Yes.
Councilor Memard,
Yes.
Councilor Nolan,
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara,
No.
Councilor O'Neill,
No.
Councilor Worthley,
Yes.
Councilor Gilman, yes, Councilor Gross,
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Motion passes 7 in favor, 2 opposed. Order of business, Councilor Nolan.
The next one would be number 4, amend by deleting and adding section 1053, use of public ramp at Dunfudgeon. On number 1, the daily fee, we're going to strike 8 and add 10. And on number 2, seasonal pass, we're going to strike 75 and add 100. And I still move.
Second.
I'm not seeing your mouse, so it's hard for me to hear everybody. I think it was Council Gross, seconded. Discussion, councilors? Seeing none, unless did anybody say something?
No.
See,
It was Counselor O'Hara and Counselor Worthley who seconded it.
okay. So roll call vote, Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes, Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order is, go ahead, Council Grow.
You can adjust the size of the on-screen stuff on your screen if it makes it easier for you to see the people that are the rest of the council. You can just slide it to the left. I'm just as a hint there to help out with the identification.
Side by side, side by side.
Maybe not. Don't worry about it. I just thought it might be easier.
Okay, next order of business, Council Nolan.
Is number 5, amend by deleting section 1054, use of city-owned commercial marinas reserved, and adding new section. And as you can see, this one's going to take a little bit of reading, but we're here. Section 1054, use of Bowdoin infrastructure, grant-funded transient floats at Solomon Jacobs Public Landing, floats. A, general use. The floats are available for the following uses and purposes and under the prescribed conditions. 1, temporary tie-up of transient recreational vehicles. 2, access for transient recreational vehicles, uses to shore
Vessels.
facilities.
Vessels.
You know what? I got caught up with that because someone said vehicles on the other part of it, and in my mind, sorry.
You live with vehicles.
Vehicles are always in my mind.
You're a truck man.
That's correct. So 3, schedule hours of operation. 4, reasonable and equitable fees for use may be imposed. B, regulations. The Gloucester Waterways Board may promulgate regulations for the use and maintenance of the floats, including fees. C, special uses. Certain uses that do not negatively impact the intended purpose of maintaining public access for transient recreational vessels may be authorized. Following approval of the Gloucester Harbor Master, Gloucester Waterways Board, and if need be, the Massachusetts Division of Marine Fisheries, MADMF. D, permitted uses. The Waterways Board, Harbor Master, and/or MADMF may permit uses that do not interfere with the intended recreational transient vessel purpose and provide significant public benefit. The permittee shall adhere to the rules and regulations in GCO Chapter 10, Section 10-52. Failure to follow any of these rules or regulations could be grounds for suspension or revocation of a permit. E, water taxi shuttle. The harbor master may, on annual basis, make available uses of the floats to one water taxi shuttle vendor at the location designated by the harbor master or his designee. The water taxi shuttle vendor shall be chosen through the fixed vendor location process set out in Chapter 11, Section 11-50 ETSEQ. The location on the float may vary depending on the use of the floats at the time of pickup and drop-off. F, only applicants that meet the following criteria will be considered for the fixed vendor location: 50 feet or less in length overall have a current United States Coast Guard certification of inspection, are operated by a United States Coast Guard licensed operator, and have evidence of hull and general liability insurance. G, pickup drop-off location. Harbor Master shall determine the water taxi shuttle pickup drop-off location on the floats. Harbor Master or Dock Master may from time to time relocate the pickup and drop-off location within the facility to reduce interference with the intended purpose of the floats. H, no entitlement. Nothing in this section shall be construed to create a legal entitlement. Any and all licenses shall be issued at the sole discretion of the relevant license authority. Use of the floats is a privilege that may be rescinded by the harbor master or his designee. The decision of the harbor master shall be final. And I so move.
Second.
Counselor Nolan made the motion. It was seconded by Counselor O'Hara, and I now see you all. So I did shrink it down. So thank you, Counselor Grow. Is there a discussion, counselors? Counselor O'Neill.
I have two questions. On 1054B, regulations, the Waterways Board may promulgate regulations for the use and maintenance of the floats, including fees. Shouldn't fees be discussed at City Council like we're doing now? As opposed to the Waterways Board just setting the fee structure?
Well, we're approving their rates. That's what we're doing now. So.
Right, but this says the Waterways Board will promulgate regulations, including fees. So in other words, it says that the Waterways Board can raise fees without going to the City Council.
No, but I'll let Counselor Gross has his hand raised, so I'll you answer that, Counselor Gross.
They recommend fee.
I think Counselor.
They have to come to approval of the fees. They do not. How's that better?
Yeah,
I think so.
All right, they recommend fees. They can, promulgate the regulations and come up with fees, but we have to approve them.
Okay.
City Council, it's all subject to City Council approval.
Okay, thank you.
They
And-
cannot just act on their own. They have to come
All
here
right.
first.
All right, thank you.
Because it
Um,
also has to have a public hearing here.
Okay, good. All right. And E, line 1, 2, 3, 4, line 5, where it says chapter 11, section 11-50 ETSEQ. I usually minimize my screen so I can look that up. My other computer won't go online. I don't know what ETSEQ means, so I don't want to approve something that I don't know what it means.
Counselor Grow.
I didn't know what it meant either, so I just looked it up, and it means "and what follows." So section 1150 and what follows.
I could have told you
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, you didn't, I did.
So that's Latin, right? Is that correct?
That is correct.
I know my Latin.
I didn't take Latin.
I
But
don't know my Latin.
I took French, so, all right.
So those are your questions?
I think that's all I have. Yep, thank you.
Any further discussion, counselors? Let me just make sure. Seeing none.
Worsley.
I just.
Yep, thank you. That's okay. So this is discussion, might be a slight question. If it can't be answered, I understand. But one thing I'm reading here and just catching it now, this for the water taxi, is it an annual allocation or awarding of that license or that permit? So, and I'm seeing yeses. I'm seeing Tony, Councilor Gross nodding yes annually. One of the challenges, and I don't want to put a wrench in the works here, but if you're in the tourism industry and you're marketing your operation, you're making decisions in November and December for the following year. And then if you don't get the license, you've just spent money on advertisement and things like that. So I wondered when this decision is determined, what time of year this decision will be made.
Council Nolan, Chair of O&A, has his hand raised. Council Nolan, you have the floor.
I believe that through the process set in Chapter 11, Section 1150, for transient vendors or for stuff like that would follow our regular basis of bidding process. It adds another spot to the list where people would bid on what they're looking for their vendor spots. Then the bids are received and people are notified at the beginning of the year where their spots would be. So that, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Joanne, but that puts it back into a vendor spot location, and that would be how it would be. Someone would have to bid on that, and it would be awarded, and it'd be an annual thing.
Yes, that's true. The bidding is every year, January 2nd. So they would have to bid on it, and then after purchasing gives them the bid document and all the documents and the ordinance, and it's awarded to the highest bidder, supposedly.
Council Gross.
This year, I believe we're going to go out of order of rotation on that, aren't we? So that this year could be served also. Is that going to be TJ? Suzanne, do you have anything on that?
So let me just ask for to suspend our rules of procedure right now, because we're going to ask somebody that's not a counselor a question. Councilors, without objections, may we suspend our rules of procedure and have Councilor Gross's question answered by either Suzanne or TJ? Without objection. Suzanne, you're on the call. It's a long night. Can you answer this, or TJ, do you want to take a stab at it?
I do believe that this is Suzanne. I can put my
okay.
I do believe that is correct, that we're going to be doing this out of sync because of the timing of this ordinance.
Okay. Any other further questions? Council Worthley.
Yeah, just my question got a little translated, and I appreciate Councilor Gross's input on that. I just want to say, so this year we'll take it out of order, but again, a lot of the businesses that are making tourism marketing decisions are doing it in November and December, maybe even earlier, where they're advertising. And I think was it Joanne, City Clerk Joanne Stinos, who said it's January 2nd that the bids are requested. I didn't hear when they're awarded, and so I don't know if. Continue. Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
Clerk, you may answer.
Okay. So through the chair. So what happens, like Suzanne said, this would be out of order because of the timing. But in the under section 11.5 of chapter 11, the bidding process starts January 2nd, that someone can put a bid in. And I believe they're awarded by the end of January.
And is that by ordinance, if I may continue, is that by ordinance or by policy or just practice? Like, I don't know.
It's the bidding, it's the purchasing. Once it goes out to bid, there's a bid document that if someone is interested in the spot, what they do is they give them the bid document, and what it has all the requirements in that bid document. And I don't have that document in front of me right now. And if they meet the criteria and they make a bid on it, it's a sealed bid until a certain time.
Hold on a second. Can you mute yourself? Chad? Can you mute yourself, Chad? Can you mute yourself? Chad, can you mute yourself? No? Okay.
You want to shoot in Prague? I don't care if we shoot in Culver City. I'm so happy. Yo, girl! Yo, Vince got me a movie. Really?
Can we? Okay.
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 Sorry. So I don't know how much you heard, but the bidding documents are available January 2nd. And I believe that by the end of January, purchasing takes all the sealed bids in and they open them up, and then they get awarded. in the order that they come in on that in whatever fixed vendor spot that they request. That's as far as I know in regard to the bid document, to be honest with you. The bid document does contain the ordinance and the criteria in order to bid. And I do believe for fixed vendors, which is a little different, the bidders can request their first preference, second preference, but this would only apply down to the Harbor Loop fixed vending for the water taxi shuttle.
Okay, any further discussion, councilors?
Susan has raised her hand.
Suzanne, you will suspend the rules of procedure without objection and allow you to respond.
Yes, I was just going to clarify that Chapter 11 sets out this process in detail about the bidding for the fixed vendor locations, the timing, the entire process, how vending sites are awarded. So that's why there's this amendment that is to amend this Chapter 11 to include this as a fixed vending location spot within that procedure that's already established under the Code of Ordinances.
Thank you for the clarification. Any further discussion, councilors?
Just last question on this, if I may.
Okay.
If we were to, can we just administratively say that the clerk's office can try to hasten that and do it November 1st or December 1st, or we need to do a whole amendment?
That would have to be a full amendment, and that is a process that we've had in place for many, many, many years, and it seems to work with the normal fixed vendor locations, of which we've had 6 and now we have 9.
This is just a different industry, right? It's a different timing, and the market is, they're making decisions in October, November, December for where they're advertising. And if they didn't get the bid in January, they just wasted a lot of money. And frankly, the person who gets the bid will wish they had advertised before that. So that's not something we're going to be able to discuss and finalize today, I'm sure. Maybe it's a future amendment.
That certainly is always an option. Any further discussion, councilors? Seeing none, a roll call vote. Council Majota.
Yes.
Council Memard.
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
No.
Council O'Neill.
No.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Motion passes 7 in favor, 2 opposed. Next order of business, Council Nolan.
We have number 6, amend by add new section 1055, use of city-owned commercial marinas. A, commercial marinas known as St. Peter's Commercial Marina and Harbor Cove Commercial Marina shall be charged a fee of $8 per foot. Vessels that berth at these locations will be charged accordingly to the slip size, not the actual size of the vessel. Tenants shall sign a 1-year lease agreement on or before June 1st of each year and strictly adhere to the provisions in the lease. Failure to follow the provisions in the lease will be grounds for termination, and I so move.
Second.
Second.
Motion made by Council Nolan, and help me with who seconded it.
O'Hara.
O'Hara, by Council O'Hara, seconded. Discussion, councilors.
Yes, Madam President.
Yes,
I'd like to amend this motion.
you have the floor, Councilor.
I'd like to amend it to $6.
Second.
Seconded by Council Worthley. Is the discussion on the amendment to the main motion?
It's Tony's motion.
Oh, then Councilor Gross, you have.
I just feel that it does need to be incremental. It did go a long time without it being increased. But again, there is certain drawbacks at St. Peter's. They don't have any parking. They leave, and when they come back, if they have doing an oil change or something, when they come back, they have to park basically in spaces that are not intended to be parked in. I-4C2 does have have parking, but they also have the southerly wind every day coming in there all summer long. And with the change of weather that we've come to get familiar with, we're getting a lot more storms that are having southerly wind. So it's just, I think that the $8 was a little bit much. We can't really compare these to private marinas, and the State Fish Pier has done, you know, millions of dollars worth of overhaul, and they spend mass development spends a lot of money down there and keeps that place in very good shape. Plus, it's very sheltered inside there. So it's hard to compare this to other places, and I think that $6 is a reasonable increase.
On the amendment, councilors, anyone like to speak? Council Worthley.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Councilor Gross, for making that amendment. You know, there's multiple ways to look at this, right? If we don't go up as much, we won't have as much money to support the industry and their needs. And then the other side is they've been hit so hard in every level of government, local, state, federal. And, you know, as TJ had said, that the costs on the water for the Harbor Master's office and the Waterways Board are exponential compared to on land, but the same thing for the fishing industry. So it's a small step. I'm sorry to TJ to say you'll have a little less to work with. I'm confident that you'll figure it out. Hopefully you can come back and ask us in a year or so to move this up again. But I'm supporting the lesser increase because of we haven't supported the fishing industry as much as well, actually take that back. We have done our best to try to support the industry, and they need all the help they can get. So that's why I'm supporting it.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Grow, and then Councilor O'Hara.
I'm not going to support this amendment. You know, I think we've gotten hung up on the percentage and the idea that 100% is an awful lot. At the end of the day, when we look at the actual numbers of what the cost is to rent the space, and the fact that by keeping the rates substandard to the general industry, we're subsidizing these docking spaces. I mean, if we're looking at I4C2 and we're talking about, you know, currently spending anywhere from $120 to $160 a month for docking space, including dedicated parking and lobster trap storage, and that's a pretty darn good deal. And even double that at $240 to $320. I mean, when you look at the overall cost of what I get the idea that no business likes to see cost increases. I don't. But if I think about how this charge is in relation to all of the other costs that go along with the business, it's a relatively small amount. And given the fact that it's tax deductible, I just don't see, instead of looking at it as 100% increase on, you know, whatever was last year, you got to look at the fact that, you know, some of these boats haven't had an increase in over 20 years. And that is, you know, we're supporting the fishing industry by already keeping it below market rates. But the next guy that comes in and can't get into a slip has to go and pay market rates. And that's a business disadvantage to hit that boat. So we're picking winners and losers here in terms of who gets to be on a city subsidized space and who has to go out and fend for themselves on the open market. And I just feel like we're not talking about tens of thousands of dollars here. We're really talking about hundreds of dollars over the course of a year. And I don't see the justification. The Waterways Board is an enterprise account. It is by design meant to be run like a business. And if we don't compensate for the costs of running that business by charging appropriate fees, even at this reduced rate, then I don't know how the Waterways Board is able to do their charge.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor O'Hara, and then Councilor Memard, and then Councilor O'Neill.
I'll be supporting this amendment. I disagree with Councilor Grow on his thought process. You know, as I asked the harbor master, he's been in office 7 years. This is the first time we've talked about a rate increase for them that supposedly 20, 30 years, whatever the period is. It is reasonable to have increases. It's just the sticker shock of going from, you know, the $3.75, $4 a foot to $8, with what the claims are that there has been limited repairs, limited maintenance done. As a landlord, you typically invest into your plant. Apparently the city hasn't. So I think it's a combination of you know, the sticker shock and also what has the city done. We have a hoist which is broken. You know, that all these things add up to upset constituents, upset customers. So we can revisit this next year, and obviously if a bump is needed to increase it, you do things gradually versus just hammering them in one time. The lobstering industry has been slammed in all directions, as has been noted, whether it's the whales, restrictions from windmills going into the ocean. You know, so they do have it. They've had it difficult. Bait prices through the roof. You know, the cost of traps, everything. So not that everybody's a lobsterman, as Bill Muniz is you know, runs a charter business. But I think, you know, the sticker shock, we revisit this next year, and if it warrants another increase, we look at that. But I will be supporting the amendment by Councilor Gross. Thank you.
Councilor O'Neill and then Councilor Nolan. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Memard and then Councilor O'Neill. Councilor Memard, you have the floor.
Thank you. Much as I'd like to support Tony's proposed amendment, I agree with what Councilor Grow has stated. And I think that the only way for the Harbor Masters Department and the Waterways Enterprise Fund to commit to making the past due improvements and to have any kind of catch up on maintenance and the condition of the wharf, particularly at I4C2, that the requested $8 increase over the past 25 or 30 years, whatever it is, but is certainly appropriate. And it's unfortunate in terms of a catch up, but it should have been done earlier, and it needs to be dealt with now so that we can continue to move ahead and maintain this property as the fishermen who are renting on it deserve it.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you. So this is my ward, and I've heard from the fishermen, and I calculated using 25 boats because I wasn't sure how many boats there were, but I think TJ said 20. But at 25 boats is $48,000 per year, but it's actually less than that, right? And at $6 a foot, it's $72,000 per year. So we're talking about $24,000 more for the Waterways Enterprise Fund. We just gave the Gloucester 400 Club $100,000 with no oversight, with no strings attached. And these guys are hardworking men. They go out, they literally risk their lives every day. And I think it was Bill Muniz who said that the last 20 years, they paid out $874,000 in rent, which comes to about $43,000 a year, right? So by his calculations, it makes sense. And I4C2, from what I understand, hasn't had any substantial repairs in all the time Bill Muniz has been down there, which I think is like 14 years or something. I think we brag about being America's oldest fishing port, and I think we're squeezing out the fishermen, and I can't approve any of this. I'd say zero. I don't think they should get a rate increase at all. They've been paying out rent. They haven't had anything fixed. They've been squeezed by the whaling industry, by the, I don't know what else, what other regulations have been thrown at them. And they're just trying to make a living and they haven't gotten substantial repairs for the money they've paid in the last 20 years. So I would say zero, increase it, zero.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Nolan and then Councilor Gilman.
So
On the amendment, $6.
yes, I won't be supporting that amendment tonight with Councilor Grow and Councilor Memhard. There has been a lot of talk about millions of dollars worth of work that needs to be done. It's an enterprise fund. It needs to bill for what it costs to operate. That's how it sustains itself. It's not fair to non-fee based users in the city to supplement it with tax money to make up for it if we're not taking a chance in making a rate that can sustain the work. And I'm gathering at $8, it's still going to be a struggle to replace all those floats at both those places, not to mention the 10 to 20,000 for the hoist that has to come from somewhere. It's a tough decision, and I believe in our fishermen, but again, it's 24 spots that need to make up for what they need to have done. And as a enterprise fund, it's our responsibility to make sure that they charge user-based fees to support themselves. And they're asking for the $8. So I can't support the amendment tonight. Sorry.
Hold on a sec. I'm running low on battery. I have to plug this in. Sorry. Okay, I'm good. Not that anybody's worried. Councilor Nolan, you have to take over if I run out of battery. So I would like to say that I am going to support Councilor Gross's amendment to the main motion. I think an incremental step is fair at this point, given the issues that have been brought up. And I'm happy that there is going to be an increase if we approve this. And I think an incremental step is satisfactory. So if there's no more parts of the discussion, I'd like to call the question. I'm looking to make sure that there are no hands raised. So I think everybody knows what the amendment is. It's instead of $8, it's $6. Councilor Marjota on the amendment.
Yes.
Councilor Memard.
On the amendment, no.
Councilor Nolan.
No.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
No.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Gilman. Yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
No.
The yeses have it, 5 in favor, 4 opposed. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Well, you got to vote the main
Go back to the
motion.
main motion.
Oh, I'm stuck. Thank you. Sorry. So we're back to the main motion. So the main motion is now $6 per foot. Any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor Majota,
Yes.
Councilor Memard,
Yes.
Councilor Nolan,
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara,
Councilor Gilman, could you just repeat what we're voting on at this point?
we're voting commercial marinas known as St. Peter's Commercial Marina and Harbor Cove Commercial Marina shall be charged a fee of $6 per foot.
Terrific, thank you. Yes.
Councilor O'Neill,
No.
Councilor Worthley,
Yes.
Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross,
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 8 in favor, 1 opposed. Next order of business, Councilor Nolan.
Number 7, amend by adding new section 10-88, commercial pump out. A, commercial vessels or any other vessels not covered under the Clean Vessel Act grant will be charged $1 per gallon for pump out services, and I so move.
Second.
Counselor Nolan made the motion, and I think it was Counselor
O'Hara.
O'Hara, I'm sorry, Counselor O'Hara. Is there a discussion, counselors? Let me just check down. Seeing none, roll call vote. Counselor Majota,
Yes.
Counselor Memard,
Yes.
Counselor Nolan,
Yes.
Counselor O'Hara,
Yes.
Counselor O'Neill,
Yes.
Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
Counselor Gilman, yes. Counselor Gross,
Yes.
Counselor Grow.
Yes.
Yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. We're getting there. Next order of business, Counselor Nolan.
That's
Let's see.
We're on section 11-5, right?
5, yes. We're
Yep.
back to fixed vending site.
We are.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, section 11-5, fixed vending site, specific location 9. A, the following are specific locations for vending. Number 1, Washington Street, 10 feet north from its intersection with Poplar Street. Number 2, Washington Street, waterside at Plum Cove Beach. Number 3, Western Avenue, waterside between the intersection with Middle Street and the public land and east of Middle Street site. Number 4 is reserved for future. And I'm going to go down to the red because we decided we can do that. So the change would be in section C, Solomon Jacobs Landing floats in the area to be designated by the harbor master shall be included as a fixed vending specific site solely for the operation of a water taxi shuttle, which meets the requirements as outlined in Chapter 10, Section 1054, Waterways of the Code of Ordinances, and only available to applicants which meets those requirements, and I so move.
Second. Counselor Nolan made the motion, and this time I heard Counselor Worthley second it. Is there a discussion, counselors? I'd like to amend the motion on section 11-5 by under fixed vending, site-specific location by deleting 6 and adding 9. And I so move.
I'm not understanding this.
Yeah, there's too many harbor loops.
Can I explain?
So, Madam Clerk, if you would explain what happened, that would be great.
Okay, through the chair, Madam Clerk. So what was in the original packet was the Code of Ordinances that was October of 22. And that didn't reflect the November of 2022 vote of the City Council to amend the site-specific locations from 6 to 9. So when Councilor Gross in the beginning modified the O&A committee report by breaking it down, it had said 6. Okay, I pulled up this new ordinance, and I know it's confusing to you today, but if you can look back at your packet, the fixed vending site says 6.
Oh.
This is the new one that says 9. So I pulled up the new ordinance that took effect in December of 22 and put this in here so you can see that it says 9, but in your original packet it said 6, and the former Code of Ordinance, the old one, had a different section B that was deleted. And this new section B is already in effect, and Solomon Jacobs Landing becomes C.
So we're just fixing a Scribner error.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Basically,
it's a error, but it's
remember
not
when we,
error.
yeah, we changed it to 9 officially after we had the taco truck meeting, remember? And, right,
Second.
that's basically it. Okay, so I made a motion, and I think on the amendment, and I got a second by Council Worthley. Is there a discussion on the amendment to the main motion? Seeing none, roll call vote, Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes, Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yep.
Okay, the amendment passes, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. So now we're back to the main motion. Is everybody clear on the main motion? Is there a discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes, Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Point
I
of order.
believe-
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Point of order. Councilor,
I'd like
Go
to
ahead.
make a motion that we extend our meeting to 11:30. As much as I don't like the meetings to run to 11:30, I think we need to do that. So we're getting close to that limit.
I believe I heard Councilor Grow made a second to extend the meeting to 11:30. Roll call vote. Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes, Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow. Yes. Nine in favor, 0 opposed. We've extended the meeting to 11:30. There are the questions on Council Gross and Council O'Neill. Council Gross, your hand was raised first.
Unmute.
Can you unmute, Tony?
Do we need to reconsider any of these?
Well, we haven't finished them yet. We still have, don't we have one more? Okay. Council O'Neill, you have the floor. You raised your hand.
Yeah, that was my question. We have section 1-1-15 to do, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. So Council Nolan, you have the floor for the 9th time. It's like the 9th inning. Fenway Park. How's
Well,
that?
We're gonna need more innings on this. All right, the screen's up again.
Okay.
So we have section 1-15, penalty for violation of certain specified sections of code. Again, it's in front of us. We've discussed it, and we're gonna amend by deleting $100 and add in 100/200 per violation. And I so move.
Second.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Nolan and it was seconded by Council Worthley. Is there a discussion, councilors? Did I get something wrong? I'm sorry.
No,
Was it you,
sorry, I'm
Amy?
only kidding. No,
I'm
don't
sorry.
worry about it.
Council
No,
O'Hara.
don't worry about it.
No, I don't want to argue. This is good. It's your
I get
second.
it. Council
right?
Wordley, Council Wordley.
Okay. Council Worthley, then we'll give it to you. So is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
The motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
I'd like to motion to reconsider.
Second.
Council Nolan made a motion to reconsider and Council Worthley seconded it. Roll call vote.
What are we reconsidering? This last vote?
We're reconsidering, are we reconsidering all 9, right?
All 9.
All 9?
We're reconsidering all 9.
Okay.
All 9, it's really was the one motion that we had made, but
That's fine.
we
That's
made
fine.
it.
I just wanted to make sure that I knew what we were reconsidering.
Okay. So roll call vote. Council Majota,
No.
Council Memard,
No.
Council Nolan,
No.
Council O'Hara,
No.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Keep going.
Council Worthley,
No.
Council Gilman, no. Council Gross,
No.
Council Grow.
No.
Motion fails. 1 in favor, 8 opposed. Next order of business. Can we just say thank you, TJ and Chad and Suzanne and Jill, and been a long meeting and it's been a lot of work and we thank you. So
Next time.
Thanks a lot.
thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
This public hearing 2023-14, adoption of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 42G to 42K, and amend Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 23, Utilities, Article 3, Water, by adding water betterment assessments, Section 23-65 to 2372.
I'd like to open the public hearing and ask if anyone would like to speak in favor. Our CAO or Suzanne Egan, would either one of
yeah.
you like?
Certainly, I can address this issue. So the water betterment ordinance and the accompanying statutory sections of the general law are for your consideration, so that what it does is once the city council or the city accepts those provisions of the general law, then it has the authority to adopt ordinances, which enables the city to assess betterments upon extending the water supply to the public water supply to private properties that do not have access at this point. So it's a very similar betterment process that we have for our private road betterment and also sewer for the laying of sewer lines. And this is a result of a number of resident groups along with inadequate private water supply to their homes that have asked for assistance to solve their private water supply issues and gain public water supply. So the council first, in order to be able to do this, would have to adopt the general laws, and that sets out the process and the authority, and that's chapter 40, sections 42G through K. And then what the ordinances, then the ordinances come before you, and that essentially summarizes and captures all of the authority that's laid out in the statute and puts it into our code of ordinances, so it enables the city to undertake that process.
Thank you, Attorney Egan. I appreciate it. Anyone else like to speak in favor of this? Hold on a sec. Let me just make sure I'm looking at my screen. It looks like we have 2 people that have their hands raised. One is Tom Robinson Cox. Would you introduce yourself and your address? And you have up to 3 minutes to speak to us.
Yes, my name is Tom Robinson Cox. I live at 5 Haskell Court in Gloucester. Scott Nemhart is my counselor. And I appreciate very much the hard work that he has done, and with Suzanne Egan's support and Mayor Verga's support as well, to address this issue of inadequate water supply. I reluctantly have to be in favor of this because it seems like we, the residents of Haskell Court, have no other recourse. We voted unanimously for a paving repaving betterment last May, and it took until December to get the paving quote from the DPW. It doesn't make any sense to go with the paving project since we have inadequate water supply. DPW has been over. Bill Gillis evaluated it and said we have tuberculation in our pipes. The mayor is sympathetic because he had the same problem at his house, which he had to have remedied. If my tenant on the first floor turns their water on, we don't have any water supply upstairs to take a shower. And other, up and down the block, it's the same situation. Not everybody has signed on yet to the water part, the water betterment improvement. I've canvassed people informally. We have not signed a petition because such a petition has not been in existence. I think I still find it hard to wrap my head around how the original 4 houses on Haskell Court had municipal water and now they don't. Back in 1962, 7 acres of land were developed in addition to the original 4 houses. Apparently an illegal 2-inch water pipe was tapped into our service without permit, without authorization, without oversight by the city. It certainly has exacerbated the situation, drawing more water through the pipe than it had been designed for. Honestly, I think the city really should stand by a part of this and not to put the whole $120,000 of water burden on the residents. We have no other option, then I reluctantly agree. But I think in its wisdom, the city, I understand from Scott Memhart that only 1% of the roads in Gloucester, now we are one of the 40% of private roads, but only 1% of the total roads in Gloucester, that's 7 roads out of 670 roads, fall under our situation of having no city infrastructure support for our water or sewer. It's unconscionable. I don't know how this happened. And certainly it's been 60 years, since the illegal water pipe was put in here. Water under the dam and all that. But I think I have to agree with the Dobsons that here we are, whose fault is it? And should we not be compensated somehow? We pay the same tax rate, the same water rate.
Okay.
Everyone else in the city does that has adequate supply. And if their water supply goes down, the city pays for it. And here the entire burden is being put on our shoulders.
Okay,
For 300 feet of water pipe. But anyway, I thank you for the effort that we have some mechanism that we can address this. It's unfortunate that each one of us is going to pay $25,000 out of our pockets to pay to have this done on one of the only 7 roads in Gloucester where the residents have to pay for water infrastructure. Thanks for your efforts. I mean, it's a last resort. We'll go ahead and do it reluctantly.
Okay,
But,
thank you.
I hope that some way we get an abatement or something from on our taxes or our water bills to help compensate for this egregious oversight on the city's part. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox, for staying with us for 5 hours. We appreciate it. Next person with their hand raised is Matt Service. Matt, would you introduce yourself? And you have up to 3 minutes to talk to us on this matter.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
We can, loud and clear.
Great. Yeah, my name is Matt Service. I'm the homeowner of 3 Haskell Court. I have to say thank you to you all for bringing this matter up, and thank you to Tom Robinson Cox for helping us residents out with this. I have to agree with everything he says. We have critical low water pressure here in the neighborhood. I think there's 9 residences that are affected. And it really is through no fault of our own. And it's a shame that the city has not been able to address this problem. And instead, we're faced with, reluctantly, as he put it, accepting a betterment to correct it. But it is a route out of this, and therefore I'm in support of it. Thank you. And thanks again to Scott Memhard for his work on this.
Thank you, Matt, for staying with us for 5 hours. Appreciate it. Anyone else like to speak in favor or opposition to this? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, are there any communications?
There are none.
Counselors, do you have questions? And I'd like to limit this to 1 minute each, so we can finish and make sure that we can get this part of the meeting done with. Let's see, we've got questions, so we're going to go in order of roll call. Councilor Majota.
I don't have any questions.
Councilor Memard.
I think that I don't have any questions per se. I just want to thank both Matt and Tom for their succinct summary. This is an issue that goes back at least 5 or 6, if not more years. And Jerry Puglisi and other neighbors have worked with me, and Mike Hale. And this is finally a light at the end of the tunnel. And I express gratitude to the mayor and to Suzanne Egan for providing this option for the city to help these folks on a private road to replace a private water service with payment through the betterment process of anticipated to be over 20 years.
Thank you. Councilor Nolan, any questions?
I don't have any questions. I do want to echo some of what Scott said. I do also want to correct that that there's a lot more than 7 roads in the city of Gloucester that don't have public water. I have a few that are leaking right now in West Gloucester, in developments in areas that are going back to the early 1900s. I have public roads in West Gloucester that still don't have public water. The DPW and the city does work hard on trying to add as much as they can as time goes on in allotments. Fire hydrants are a huge part of how I feel safe at night. And this is, I don't want to call this a light at the end of the tunnel. I think it's a bulb that's glowing. It's not my favorite thing to have to discuss, but it is a tool in our box that we can use, and it's certainly going to help out some people. But we still like to look forward to a little bit more participation from the city to help out people that don't have city water, that could use city water, or under the understanding they thought they had city water and they actually don't. It's very confusing, and when it comes down to your safety and your drinking water, it's always something to consider. Scott and I are both working on this, and with the administration of the DPW. Thank you.
Councilor O'Hara.
A spigot.
Thank you. I just a comment.
This is questions. But go ahead. I let Councilor Nolan speak in his comments, so I will give you the same opportunity not to ask a question. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Sure. Thank you. I guess my comment is again similar to what Councilor Nolan and that was brought up by the Jane Dobson earlier, that mimicking what Matt and Tom said. It's very convoluted how we're at this stage of the game throughout the city, not only on Haskell. It's beyond me. We're transporting a city product through a pipe and they don't have ownership of, the city doesn't have ownership of that conveyance tool. It's beyond me how we're at this stage of the game. This problem has to be resolved. It's been a problem since I became a city councilor 8 years ago. And it's sad. It's sad. You know, people out on Rust Island have no fire protection, no water. It's a bad situation, and you know, we're
Thank
not
you.
going to cure it tonight.
Thank you. Questions, Council O'Neill? You are muted.
All set.
Okay, Council Worthley, questions?
Yes. So this is shocking to me. Councilmember, can you give a summary how we got to this point, cumulatively in the city? Because this is baffling to me.
I'm not sure that's really my position, is it, Council President?
I think it would be good if Suzanne would speak to this, or Jill Cahill, because it's an administration issue.
So the question is why the city is in a position to be putting in public water supply? Well, and there may be a number of reasons, right? So there's, when developments happen, a lot of times the developers will say we want all private infrastructure within our development. So that's not connected to the city water line, and that would be at the main road that the development is connected to, and it runs through development. And some developers are pretty adamant about that. Sometimes the planning board requires developers to put in a private water supply, and then also puts in their own infrastructure within a development. There could be some land that was developed with private wells, and then as time goes on, they extend private water lines into the public water supply. And so as development occurs throughout the city, there's all sorts of different measures as to how people obtain their ability to get water or sewer. As much as we have on-site Title V systems, we also have well systems, and through that development process this happens. And so that at a certain point, people want to have, they want to upgrade, and they look to the city to help. And in some instances, a lot of instances, they could do it through their own private, continue on in the private property interest, and extend or upgrade their water system on their own. But what this statute is doing, and this ordinance does, is allows the city to assist homeowners and residents in upgrading their water infrastructure to provide public water supply.
Are we providing assistance? Being hired to do the work is one thing, but are we providing any public assistance for this?
Well, so what's before you tonight is the ordinance, the adoption of the ordinance to allow the city to engage in the process of upgrading or extending the public water supply to private families or private property owners, and then assess a betterment. Whether or not there's assistance, how this is implemented, what's the administrative process, that is something that is not before you, and I don't have the answers to that. I mean, I assisted with looking at the statute and the ordinance and how we could go about this process.
Okay, the part that I'm baffled about and I need to understand is, it's a question. I don't think I've even asked 10 seconds worth of questions yet. So
you have the floor. Correct.
If there's no water pressure, isn't there a public interest from a fire protection standpoint? If we said we're going to make it the responsibility of the private property owners to do this, and they said no, because they have a right to do that too, if there's a fire there, it's not going to be limited to the few houses on Haskell Court. I mean, this is what happens to the public good. This is just goes the opposite of everything I believe in. And I don't know why I appreciate that the two people from the public said they're in favor reluctantly. I don't know how they can be responsible for fire protection of East Gloucester. Essentially, there's a gas station right down the street. I mean, it's just, I don't know. For me, this is a citywide issue, not a Haskell's Court issue.
Next up for questions is Council Gross.
I'm good.
Council Grow.
I'm good.
Council Gilman. I'm fine. I know it's difficult, and we don't have water up here in my whole neck of the woods. We all have wells, and we've had to use pump trucks to get water out for fires. And the new houses in the new developments all have to have sprinkler systems because we don't have any hydrants up here. So we all have different challenges with water, and it's expensive for all of us to do our wells. So I totally understand how people feel about this. So those are the questions, and I think that is it. So I'm going to close.
Councilor O'Neill raised her hand.
Oh, Councilor O'Neill, you have more questions? Okay.
I was just going to ask, where is the nearest hydrant to this Haskell Court?
On Haskell Street.
On Haskell Street, at the top of the hill? Or the hill? Is that the top of Haskell Street or the bottom? I mean, that would make a difference, right? If there's no water pressure. Do you know where it is?
Councilmember, do you have any idea?
The city replaced and upgraded the water line in Haskell Street. There are hydrants on Haskell Street. The privately owned 2-inch corroded water line on Haskell Court, which was privately installed, as was described in 1962 or thereabouts, when there were just 3 or 4 houses there. Now there are 10, and there is no hydrant on the road. There are other problems that we can also offer to help with their betterment if they were willing. As Mike Hale has advocated, if he's going to improve the infrastructure, there's also substandard sewerage with typically easements running through neighboring yards down to Hammond Street or other directions. And there's been sewer failure on Haskell Court in the last year, resulting by inaction by the Board of Health and private property owners having to replace sewer lines that have been infiltrated with roots and plugged up and causing a major sanitary crisis there too. But that's asking them that to be another $300,000 plus. So the project they're looking at right now is 120 for a water line upgrade. It'll be a 4-inch or an 8-inch line, 8-inch, and there will be a hydrant at the end. And then it'll be completed with a repaving of the entire Haskell Court, which will be very welcome. And they will have 20 years to pay it.
We've concluded the questions, so I'd like to close the public hearing, and I'd like to ask for a committee report. Councilor Nolan.
All righty. On a motion by Councilor Nolan, seconded by Councilor O'Hara, the Ordinance Administration Committee voted, excuse me, by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council adopt Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40, Section 42G-42K. And I so move.
Second.
Oh, God, you guys are driving me crazy. All right, Councilor Worthy, I saw your lips move before someone else, so I'm going to give you the second. I'm really working hard to get the right people.
I don't have any lips.
Okay. Councilor Nolan, on the motion, is there a narrative?
I believe this is to adopt. We have another recommendation after this.
Okay.
So this is just the first part to adopt, and then we'll move into the actual ordinance and utilities and article.
Okay. Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Gilman. Yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Continue, Councilor Nolan.
All right. On a motion by Councilor Nolan, seconded by Councilor Majota, the Ordinance Administration Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council amend the Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 23, Utilities, Article 3, water by adding. So there's a little bit of reading here, but it is a new ordinance, and I think that we're best to read the entirety. Water betterment assessments, 2365 statutory authority. This article is adopted pursuant to MGL Chapter 40, Section 42G-42I /42K. 2367 purpose. The purpose of the section is to allow the city to levy a special assessment to meet the whole or part of the cost thereafter incurred of laying pipes in the public and private ways for the conveyance of distribution of water to its inhabitants. 2368 applicability. An owner of land which receives benefits from the laying of the water pipes in public and private ways upon which their land abuts, or which by more remote means receives benefit through the supply of water to their land or buildings, shall pay a proportionate part of the cost not already assessed of extending such water supply to their land. 2369 charges. The amount to be charged against each parcel of land receiving such benefits shall include the cost of the pipes and other materials and the labor of laying them and other expenses incidental thereto, and shall be asserted, assessed, and certified by the Department of Public Works. 2370 assessment. The assessment for the cost of providing and laying water pipes thereafter in a public and private way shall be made upon the several parcels of land receiving benefit from laying of such pipes by a fixed uniform rate in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 80 for the construction and connection of water mains and services by a uniform unit method, which shall be based upon the common main construction cost divided among the total number of existing and potential water units to be served after having allocated the town contribution, if any, and after having proportionated the cost of specific unit and general benefit facilities, each water unit shall be equal to a single family residence. Potential water units shall be calculated on the basis of zoning in effect at the date of assessment. Existing and potentially multifamily, commercial, industrial, and semi-public uses shall be converted into water units on the basis of residential equivalence. 2371 procedure. Whenever the Department of Public Works decides to lay water pipes in public and private ways, assessments may be made pursuant to General Law, Chapter 40, Section 42G, for the construction of such improvement. They shall forthwith cause to be recorded in the Essex South Registry of Deeds a statement of their action which specifies the way in which water pipes are to be laid, and shall describe such land and does not abut upon any such way which it is to be assessed for such improvements, and which shall designate as the owner of each parcel upon which a lien is to be imposed by the section the person who is liable to assessment, therefore, on the preceding January the 1st under the provisions of Chapter 59. All assessments imposed under sections 42G and 42H upon any land which abuts upon any such way in which such water pipes are to be laid or is included in such description shall constitute a lien upon such land from the time such statement is recorded. The provisions of the Chapter 80 relative to the appointment, division, reassessment, abatement, and collection of the assessments and to interest shall apply to assessments under this chapter. No assessment shall be levied under Section 42H or 42I, inclusive in excess of the benefit to the land assessed from laying the water pipes for which the assessment is levied, and if any assessment is found to exceed such benefit, it shall be abated. The Director of the Public Works shall, if the order for assessment is upon land not built upon, extend the time of payment of the assessment and interest thereon into the rate of 4% until it is built upon for a fixed time. And the assessment and interest shall be paid within 3 months after such land is built upon or the expiration of such fixed period. 2372, deferral. Water betterment charges may be deferred pursuant to the procedures and requirements set out in General Law, Chapter 40, Section 42J. Sections 2373 and 2374 are reserved for further room, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Nolan, seconded by Council O'Hara. Is there a discussion? Council Worthley and then Council Gross.
Should we, before we discuss this, vote again to continue? We're at 11:28 and we expire at 11:30, right? Our meeting ends at 11:30.
Thank you. Would you like to make that motion?
Reluctantly, but I understand why this takes time. Yes, I make a motion we extend to midnight.
Second.
And this needs to be
Motion
named.
made by Council Worthley, seconded by Council Grow. Roll call vote. Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. So, who is speaking?
Can I go back to the discussion on this?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you
So,
for doing that, Counselor.
no problem. The least I can do is look at the clock. Thank you. So I'm puzzled why this is not something that should be paid for by 13,000 homeowners instead of the very few that are being assessed. I understand there's history and all that, but there is a clear public interest in a viable water supply. And I know if we make a change for one, we'd have to do it for all the other ones that exist in the city. But that's the kind of thing, in my opinion, that a stabilization count is there for. That's the kind of thing that loan authorizations are there for. I mean, this is just perplexing to me that we're going to put the burden of fire protection for the whole, not just the neighborhood, the whole of East Gloucester potentially on these property owners. This is a first world, right? And this is puzzling to me that we can't provide some assistance from the municipality or through state funding or revolving grants or whatever to support this. I don't know if we vote for yes for this, that I think that precludes all those other possibilities, but I don't know if there's a way to explain how we can help them more, because this is not fair in my opinion.
Thank you. Any other further discussion? Council Grow.
I would just
And
say very quickly that, this is a case of chickens coming home to roost, I think. I think we've all seen examples over the years where decisions decades ago made oversight, not oversighted, people taking shortcuts or whatever, has led to, a city rife with flaws that have to be repaired decades later. And this is clearly one of those situations. I agree with Councilor Worthley that, we would think that providing water would be a basic right and expectation. And I agree with that in principle, but I also know that, we're sort of stuck with correcting the sins of our fathers in so to speak. And I think that, moving forward, I think it really heightens the critical nature of making sure that we make our decisions correctly and that we don't skimp on difficult subjects, and that we pay for infrastructure improvements that need to be paid for, so that our kids and our grandkids aren't making these same having to deal with these same kind of issues 30, 40, 50, 60 years from now. So we'll be supporting the ordinance because it needs to happen. But, this is just us unfortunately having to deal with really, really poor decisions made in the past.
Thank you. Any further discussion, councilors? Councilor Gross and then Councilor O'Hara.
In here, it talks about the liens, and I know that on the betterment for the road, people who paid in full, the lien was placed on their properties before the bills were sent. And I think that that's something to do with the date language in here. I think that the people should at least have the opportunity to pay it before the lien gets put, because you either say you're gonna pay it or you sign for the note. So I think we need to kind of correct that in our betterments. Not tonight, we're not gonna correct it, but I think that's something that we need to take into consideration moving forward, because if you pay the full freight and you're not borrowing any money from the city, there's zero reason for a lien to have been put on your property before you were even sent a bill. And that's been the practice in Gloucester, I guess, forever is what I'm told. But I think that that's, adds insult to injury to Councilor Grow and Councilor Worthley's point that this is. But we don't know what decisions were made and why these people did it privately, and I think that, the planning board probably shouldn't accept that developers want to maintain it private, because in 50 years, when everything's going to the chickens will come home to roost, shall we say. And everybody be like, how did this happen? Like, because choices were made at that time to save money and to do things, and the people who bought those places helped make those choices. So anyway, I just think we do need to look at the liens in these betterments.
Thank you, Council Gross. Council O'Hara.
Thank you. Just adding on to what Councilor Worthley and Councilor Grow, the city has committed sins in history. We're putting the burden of lack of administration of years ago. I'm sure they probably could pinpoint what year, what decade, what administration. Obviously, those people are long gone. But we're a city, and we're not going to cure this problem tonight. But I think we need to sit down. Jane Dobson said, earlier, people are paying taxes. They pay the same rate, but they're not getting the same service. And this is happening at all corners of Gloucester, whether it's, the private road issue, the water pipe. It happened a few years ago on Seville Road, just down the street with, Jane, the paving. It's a complex issue, but we're a city. We're an operation of $150 million, and we're putting the burden on a few homeowners, tonight on Haskell Court. And it's not right. It's just not right. Council Worthley says fire protection. Well, Rust Island, they have a fire. The whole island's probably going up. Because the closest hydrant is quite a ways away from the furthest point on Rust Island. And it's just sad. It's sad. We continue to talk about this. It continues to be a problem, but there's no reasonable resolution. And I think we owe it to the citizens, to every taxpayer, to bring this to resolution and come up with an equitable equation that works for the citizens who we represent. I've said enough, but I'll support this for the benefit of getting these people water. But I think we have a bigger problem that we need to sit down and really address in the public meeting, not behind closed doors. We are the legislation group. We are elected by the citizens. We should be discussing these, not a ad hoc committee. It's terrible. Thank you.
Council Memard on the motion.
On the motion, I'd like to begin by just thanking all my fellow councilors for expressing their dismay and outrage that our residents and constituents on Haskell Court have endured when one of them flushes the toilet, one down the street can't take a shower, kind of thing. I'm glad that we've worked together, and I'm particularly grateful to Suzanne Egan and to Mike Hale and to John Dunn and the mayor's office for creating, adopting a state regulation and a local ordinance that at least gives us a tool to help these folks to solve this problem now with city assistance with the contracting and the financing and helping to plan for it. And people who live on this road have the option of deferring their payments of the betterment until after they sell the house if they need to, if they're elderly and don't want to face the payment until after they've sold the house. So there are options here, but we provided a tool. I think it's good to have it in the briefcase. As Councillor Nolan has said, this is not a totally isolated incident. It feels like it, but it's not uncommon. And as Suzanne Egan said too, so this is a tool that other roads and other ways in the community will be served by this, what we're adopting here tonight. And I appreciate everyone's support for it. We worked a long time on it, and it is a painful pill, but at least these folks will have a hydrant at the end of the street at the end of the day, and they will have water pressure, which will be a joy for all.
Thank you, councilors. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Very reluctantly, yes.
Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you, councilors.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, for the purpose of simplicity, can I just open up the public hearing for items 5, 6, 7, and 8 and continue all of them to the next meeting? Because I don't think we're going to be able to cover those tonight. Or do I need to do each one individually?
No, you can, well, you have to say what they are and then continue.
I understand that, but
you can have one motion or one
without
without objection to open them and continue them. Yes.
Councilors, I would like to open up the public hearings for number 5, public hearing 2023-015, amend GCO chapter 21, street sidewalks and other public places, section 21-1, prerequisite to acceptance of ways. Number 6, public hearing 2023-016, amend GCO chapter 21, street sidewalks and other public places, section 21-81, permanent construction or repair. Number 7, public hearing 2023-017, amend GCO chapter 21, street sidewalks and other public places, section 2182, temporary repair. Number 8, public hearing 2023-018, amend GCO chapter 16, planning, article 5, historic district, section 16-62, historic district commission, subsection B. And I guess we're moving it, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Gilman and seconded by Councilor Grow. What? Tell me who made the motion? Councilor Grow.
I wanted
Okay.
one to know.
All right, so we're continuing the public hearing. We've opened it. Roll call vote.
Question, do we have a date we could continue it to?
It should be the next meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
It's April 25th.
thank you.
But don't we also have like 5 or 6 hearings that night too already?
We do. That's why we tried as hard as we could to keep this meeting going tonight. And we had a lot to cover, and there's nothing that we can do about it. We could have a special meeting if you wanted to do that. But the problem is when you've made a public hearing, you're kind of committed to dates, right? So I'd say right now we have to continue these to the next meeting. So roll call vote. Council, Madam Clerk, you have your hand raised.
Okay, so these public hearings, even though they were advertised for tonight, you can continue them to a special city council meeting if you want, okay, because they've already been advertised for tonight. The ones that have already been advertised for the 25th, will have to stay on the 25th, and if you continue that, you can continue it to another date. But I'm just saying, if you wanted to have a special meeting, you could. or you can continue it on the 25th and see how it goes, and then do a special meeting after the 25th to continue some of these public hearings to a special meeting. It's up to the council, really.
Okay, let's discuss this. Council Grow, what would you like to do? Your hand was
So,
raised.
Yeah, I'm keeping that in mind. Looking at the calendar, can we choose a special council date now, and then we will move to the 25th. We'll do these will have to come first because they've been continued, and then we can continue them to the special council meeting on the 27th. So we don't just end up pushing a giant barge of special council or public hearings on and on and on. What if we picked a date, say April 27th, and said today, that will be a special council meeting for any public hearings that don't get resolved on the 25th. We could just schedule that tonight.
Is everyone free on April 27th? Councilor Memard, you have your hand raised.
I was just going to say that I agree both in principle and in the specifics here, particularly where our Budget and Finance Committee has the budget season upon us very quickly in May. So I'd prefer to deal with this work and get it out of our way this month if possible.
Is there anyone that cannot attend a special meeting on April 27th? Councilor O'Neill, you're unable?
I have an appointment at 5:30 that I've already changed once. So I can be late. I'll probably be here about 6:30, but I can't change that. I can't change this again.
Okay. Is there anyone else that has a conflict on the 27th? Councilor Worthley?
I do have a conflict that I can manage. It just means I won't see my kids that night probably, but what about May 2nd? Does that move too close to the budget season? And it is a Tuesday. It would be the one after the 25th. Is that a possibility? I don't want to.
I'm fine.
It doesn't need to be my decision, right? And if I can't make it, or if I got to say no to my kids, I'll deal with it. But
May 2nd.
Does anybody have a problem with May 1st, Tuesday?
The 2nd.
May 2nd.
May 1st would be O&A.
Okay, May 2nd. Anybody have a problem with May 2nd, special meeting? Okay, so the special meeting, let me just be clear, is to continue these 4 matters right now. Correct? That's what we want to do. Madam Clerk, you have your hands.
All right, so looking at the schedule again, May 2nd is a special city council meeting for the presentation of the budget.
Okay.
So the council is meeting to accept the budget that the administration is submitted.
Okay. So could we add to that meeting this part of the agenda? We can accept the budget, and then we could continue and have these 4 public hearings, right?
Well, what I would suggest is backtracking a little bit. You put these 4 public hearings on the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever, you can decide that night, whatever public hearings would need to be continued to May 2nd. Okay, you do have a loan order that is advertised for the 25th. And if need be, the treasurer said, he preferred to have it on the 25th, but if it doesn't go on the 25th, put it on the special meeting on May 2nd. So I would just continue these to the next meeting, see how it goes. And then after anything that you want to carry over, at least you're announcing it's going to be tonight and everybody's in agreement that May 2nd at the special meeting, there'll be some public hearings taken up. I wouldn't
Okay.
carry these out.
And I would suggest that we put the order down as the ones that are already mentioned, right? Those should be priority, and then we'll put the 4 extra ones at the bottom, because if those are the easiest ones for us to continue, I believe. They're important, but they're in the scheme of things, the ones that are listed on the bottom of our agenda right now, the ones that we should focus on first. So we'll add those We'll add these 4 that we just are in the process of moving to, right? We haven't voted that yet, right? Did we vote that? So we need to vote those, and those will be continued to April 25th. Okay, so that's the motion. And is there a second?
Second.
Council Grow, I believe. Yes. Roll call vote, Council Majota. Yes, Frank, did you say yes?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes, Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yep.
Items 5, 6, 7, and 8 have been continued to April 25th, 2023. Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Update on the timetable to return to Kairos Auditorium for full city council meetings with a hybrid option to the public and possible council vote on timeline and start date.
We have nothing to report there, so we can see that. Go ahead.
The next city council statement regarding the Gloucester 400th celebration.
2023 marks 400 years. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I'm good. 2023
Joey,
marks 400 years
put
since
up-
the English Dorchester
Yeah.
Company landed on our shores. Gloucester sits on the ancestral homeland of the Pawtucket people and their neighbors, the Massachusetts, Nipmuc, and Penacook and Winnipeg tribes. Please enjoy the year-long and multiple events throughout 2023, most of which will be free or low cost. Visit gloucesterma400.org for a list of upcoming events. Like the share of Gloucester 400 Facebook page. To receive major event notifications by email, send a request to info@gloucesterma400.org.
Thank you. We didn't get the screen share, but it's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was looking at it. Sorry.
I think we're okay. I will apologize to the tri-chairs, but I think we did a good job, and thank you, everyone. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Council's request to the mayor.
Anyone have any requests? Council Majota?
I will email any requests to the mayor.
Thank you, Council Memard.
I would just like to express our welcome to the Good Harbor Beach Piping Plover family that have arrived back home, including one of them that only has one leg. This is her 3rd year. And also to congratulate the administration on their working relationship, which I'm looking forward to learning the full details about with Mass Audubon to manage the city's responsibilities around the piping plovers, working with the volunteer ambassador group.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Nolan.
Nothing this time, thank you.
Council O'Hara.
And nothing.
Council O'Neill.
I'm all set.
Council Worthley.
I had a bunch. I'm just going to hit some highlights. Great job with the fire department this weekend with the fire in Bayview area. There's a ward meeting on Saturday, I think, Councilor Majota is having, and there's also a dedication of the Vietnam Memorial on Huff Ave, corner right across from Woodrow Field. There's a big pothole on Gloucester Ave, keeps coming back. I don't know if the mayor can, I can email some of these. I know it was a long meeting tonight. I don't think there was a lot of wasted time. I think we did the best we could do this, and good job, everybody. And Councilor Gilman, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Gross.
All set.
Councilor Grow.
Just a quick thing. We often lament that we don't get young people involved in politics that don't pay attention, but it was brought to my attention that we have a young man in Gloucester who watches every single one of our meetings, Jackson Haskell, and I just wanted to give a little shout out to him because my guess is he's probably watching us right now. And the more we can get like you, the better I think we'd all be.
And I would just like to piggyback on what Councilor Worthy said. Thank you to the Gloucester Fire Department, to the state forestry team and to all of the other fire departments that helped fight the horrible brush fire that occurred in Bayview. I walked all the paths today. I saw the controlled burns. I saw the damage to the woods, and it's just amazing that we protected all the homes, and we actually did a controlled burn to further make things safe for our residents and our open space. So job well done, and I appreciated seeing the fire chief's press release, which also includes all the information about burning right now. And if you all haven't forwarded that to your Facebook pages, I would suggest that you do, because there's a lot of timely information right now. So that's it. It's been a long evening. Thank you for all of your participation. And I think we
Motion
did.
to adjourn.
So
Second.
Second.
all right, Council O'Neill, you made the motion. Who wants the second? Council O'Hara? You two can fight. I'll give it a tie to Jeff and Jamie. So let's call a roll call. Councilor Majota,
Yes, and good night.
Councilor Memhard,
Yes, and good night.
Councilor Nolan,
Yes, and good night.
Councilor O'Hara,
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilor Worthley,
Yes, and good night.
Councilor Gilman, yes, good night. Councilor Gross,
Yep, nighty night.
Councilor Grow.
Yes, and good night, Jackson.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you for all your help. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Joanne. Good night.